Yeah, good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Good morning, Harushi, your wife's boyfriend. Good to see you, brother. Little Big Bear, Dylan, Angie, Gerald, Mario, Fisted, Matt, Corey, Dan, baby. X, good morning. Lawrence, Liam, Calzone, Tegan. Everybody's here, coming in. We're going to do this, huh? Made some fast money this morning. I'm kind of happy about it. I was running around and then I placed the trade, took the trade off, made some money. So we'll take a look. We'll jump in. We'll jump right in. You saw the bounce this morning on. Matter of fact, I'll bring this over here. Bring over a couple things over here. So I can grab a couple of these. We'll take a look. We're getting a quick bounce right now. I'll switch right over here. In just a second here. Let me get that intro music down, and we'll switch right over here. Good morning, everybody. We'll switch right into the live stream. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Angie, Mike. Grab one, Cowboy up. Zach, good morning. So just right off the bat this morning, I ended up selling a couple things. I was able to get back here. I sold my calls up here from yesterday. I think I broke even. I either broke even or I'll check and see if I was down maybe just a few bucks. But I tried to get out of my calls here. I haven't had a chance to buy this yet down here, but I did buy a dip on Twitter as well. There's supposedly, and I don't know about everything that's going on with Twitter at this point, but we'll get into Twitter here in just a minute, and we'll talk about it. But I want to go over a few things with you this morning about what to expect. And why I sold my calls right off the bell was because Spot Gamma was down this morning, but I had a chance to sell out of this for a reason we're going to talk about here today. It's important that we talk about what to expect the rest of the day as the day moves forward, and then into next week is important as we line up over the weekend. And I have to talk to you guys about some other stuff too. We got some macro stuff to talk about with where the market can go, the potential for the market. I was posting about it late last night, so at some point we'll talk about that this morning as well. We want to talk about the Spot Gamma report this morning. It's kind of interesting. Wasn't expecting this report this morning. We talked something about this yesterday. If we can get up to 450 today, and did we run out of fuel yesterday? We talked briefly about that as well, and we tagged up here at this 44473. We know that up here 445 is resistance. Talked about the top being up here. If we can get some call structure to get up here, or some puts down here to be monetized, to hopefully propel us up at some point. But there's a key here, okay? I'll get into the report here in just a minute. But their point was, basically Spot Gamma's report this morning was, if we trade down here this morning, right? Let's say towards this 436 level, or even lower. And we'll look at the book map because the book map's showing a deep number down here too this morning. I can look at book map real quick, but I want you to see something real quick here. There isn't a whole hell of a lot of support here at 440. And it's kind of like a big push down below, right? 438, 435. We know about 433. This is the mark that we've been looking for the past couple days, right? To get down to that 433, 440. You got 430 down below here. And their point this morning was that you could see aggressive put buying if we trade low today in anticipation of having a down week next week. And why does that matter? So we'll read through it together and see if we can interpret this together. Let's see if I can bring this up. Well, no, wait a minute. Hold on here. I just want to read through this with you this morning. So futures held quiet overnight session, currently trading at 440. We look for muted volatility today. With an SG implied move of only 0.67%. So kind of a slow day, right? And we bounced off 445 right off the bell. So question becomes, are we actually going to go up to 450? Probably not. So that would give us the move lower. And trading within a range today, right? Resistance remains at 445, then 4475. So that's slightly below the 450 number. Support shows at 443 then 442, right? 4435, which is up here, right? And then 442 is down slightly where we are, just down in here. We still register equal or less than or greater than whatever of SPX QQQ's gamma rolling off today ahead of the 3-day weekend. This is predominantly negative put gamma that is going away. In line with this, and as stated for the last several days, we thought that this put-heavy expiration into a long weekend would provide fuel for a market lift with yesterday's 1% shift higher, though we think that that fuel is largely burned up. Also, hence the low low implied move for today, right? And that 445 is now fair value. We tagged that on the opening bell. As shown below, its dominant gamma strike on the board, a large amount of which expires today. Right over here at 440, right? Ultimately, we're in a no man's land at current levels. This expiration removes a fair amount of put support. There is now significant OPEC, or there's now no significant OPECs until 520. That's important to know too, right? It means there aren't a ton of calls or a ton of puts. Concentration until May 20th. And positioning is very neutral as per being at the gamma flip line, the vol trigger at 4435. This makes assigning an edge difficult. Puts expiring does open the market to lower lows. This is a key part that Winky talks about often in Discord and on this YouTube channel. We've discussed this as a group too, right? We've taken bets before to see if that plays out. Whenever we have large gamma positions or just large put and call positions, when they expire, that we make a move lower or higher after where everyone thinks it's going to go, right? So May 18th, or excuse me, May 20th, everyone thinks they're going to 4,000, but do we actually go to 4,000 the week after? And that opens the door this week upcoming for us to trade lower. So the point is that puts expiring does open the market to lower lows. That should selling pick up next week. Further, you may note that many of our key strikes have been shifting lower. Vol trigger, put wall, call wall, all of which suggests the systematic rolling down of options positions, right? So what that means right there is that's right here. What that means is that your call wall and your put wall are lowering, right? In your trading range, right? Our expectations of going higher are lowering. We know that the market's rolling over, and we know that there is you know that we're buying individual stocks, but SPY is just kind of trading sideways at this point, right? We already know that's happening. We already know that there should be a capitulation move coming up in the current week upcoming, right? And our expectations are we're not going to go that higher. We're not going to go to 460 right now, right? So all these levels are moving down is the point that they're trying to make. Traders have been monetizing puts, but have yet to position into upside calls. And why should they, right? So we're taking the profits off of puts, but we haven't entered calls in the market. We're not getting that second part of that rally that you expect from a Vanna rally with charm, right? As you can see below, gamma reduces with today's expiration, and note the kink around 440 that goes away. That is due to 440 and 4400 on SPX puts being removed, which leads to reduced negative gamma position. Through another lens, you can see this as fewer put positions in a market that has less hedges. And this is the conversation with Winky, right? We end up targeting those lower lows, and if we're not buying calls that are higher, it opens the door to us trading lower, right? If our call wall is now lower and our put wall is now lower, we can actually tag those numbers that everyone was hoping for this week, 420, let's say, right? If new puts are added, that voices negative delta hedging onto dealers, aka short futures. That means we sell the nighttime, right? And downside pressure. You ever notice how when we start trading down, you'll see that we're selling futures every night as well, right? It's likely puts would be added at lower strikes, so we'd have a new lower bound now at a lower strike, something like 4,300 versus 4,400 this week, for example. We must note the S&P is technically above the vol trigger. Per model, this compels us to give an edge to the bullish side. However, we expect this strike to shift into Monday. More than likely shift down, not up, right? We likely want to recapture a 4,500 line to signal a true risk-on type position. So the point they're trying to make is that, we'll look at a larger chart here. The point they're trying to make is that, if you don't see call buying here today, right, and we don't capture We don't trade higher here, right? And outside of this wedge that we're in, right? If we don't trade out of this today, let's say, we can't say that we're in a bullish stance, even if we're in negative gamma, right? Even if we're in Beartown, so in a way to say, right? We're not breaking out of this today, and it doesn't look like we are at this moment right here. So this actually, you've got this 440 line down here. What that opens up is it opens up. Let me close this up for a minute here. What this opens up is for next week, right? For a trading range to be somewhere, right somewhere, in here, somewhere in here, right? So for next week, we're going to be looking to be trading this zone in here if we're not adding calls into today. I call it Friday, but today's Friday. It's Thursday, right? We've got Good Friday tomorrow. We've got Easter. Got the Easter Bunny coming. But so that opens the door to a lower trading range this week. We talked about putting on some put hedges back here on Wednesday, right? And we talked about putting on some in-the-money put hedges for the upcoming week. Spot Gamma is saying we got a rally here. We're not getting that fueled rally up today. Now, if we see something different today, I just saw some Zoom ZM July 15th calls, 100 Cs, $1.9 million just came in. We got some more Zoom calls, June 17th, 105 C, $8.3 million. I like that. But we're not seeing it in the indexes, right? So we're going to have to pay attention. There's a couple things we need to do today. If you haven't bought put hedges for next week, put spreads, right? If at any point today we trade higher, you should be putting some kind of a hedge on. I talked to you about us trading higher in the end of the month of April, but that next week we could go to a lower bound. How this works itself out is that we trade sideways and eventually down until we find a level of support where bulls feel confident and say, hey, we can take this from 430. We can take this from 420 and trade it higher. Okay? And if we don't find the people buying calls right here, it'll trade sideways and down until we do find people buying calls, if that makes sense. So, with that said, if we don't recapture 450 today, if you don't see tons of calls coming in today, you should be looking at some point today into the close to buy some protection, buy some put spreads. That doesn't mean you're a retail trader. It doesn't mean you just buy blindly weekly puts expiring next Friday. And the other issue that you have with buying puts is, or even just any kind of protection, is that if you have to deal with the theta burn that takes place over 3 days. So let's say we close today. Let's say we close today at 445 and we open on Monday at 440. You're not going to realize those gains like you would if you had a put spread. What if we spike up on Monday and then we actually start trading down? You're going to get burned, right? So there's all kinds of opportunity for you taking a short position and getting kind of fucked over. So look for a point today. Unless we could trade higher today with the monetization of puts, but that gives you the opportunity if you don't see heavy call flow come in leading into next week and into the end of April. Now, I still think that we can roll over into next week, find a sweet bottom, and run it up real nice for another down move for the May OPEX and the FOMC shit. I think though you'll get one more chance to short the market down coming into the end of April. I think it's wise to put some protection on into next week. Maybe you date them for Friday or Monday of next week, whatever that expiry is, and that you look for here. Let me close this up a little bit here, and that you're going to look for. Well, in my view, at least, we talked about this yesterday before we closed it out, right? And in my view, I thought I thought we could go up today, but I thought it would still roll over into next week, right? And then you get that one last ripper up here, right, for the end of the month. These dates aren't right. I'm not drawing this correctly, but you get that one more ripper. That's your 430, right? You tagged your 430 down here. And then rolling into, let's say, the 29th of April, you'd start a slow descent down to, let's say, 420. You're not going to hit the 4,000 into the FOMC meeting like everybody expects us to, but maybe the next week you'll hit 4,000 after the FOMC OPEX, right? Well, let's say let's say we spike higher because all the fares we already know about, it's all priced in, and then we roll it over for like a week or two, down finally to that 4,000. Then we get a face rip and rally up to like 460 or something stupid, because all the all the volatility is taken out of that FOMC. So at some point today, look for some put hedges in the money. You can buy them now. You can buy them later. If you feel like we'll squeeze up into the close, you can put them on then. We talked about putting them on back here, but I'd put some on. Even if you're going to day trade next week, just put some in the money, put spreads on. It's something that's peace of mind. We talked yesterday, right? Do I think we're going to revisit 445? Yes. Do I think that if we traded higher on Monday up here, that we'll revisit it heading into the end of April? Yes. So what do you date them for? I think aggressively you date them for Friday or Monday of Friday of next week or the Monday after. Yesterday I said to you, just buy them for the May expiry. Put some put spreads on in the money. I think yesterday they were paying almost 200%. It's a no-brainer to put that trade on. Don't look at it and just hold on to it until it monetizes itself. Regardless if we trade up at the end of April, we're going to come back down. We know we're going to see lower than 445. I think we know. I think there's a good chance we're going to see lower than 445 and 440, believe it or not. I think yesterday the trade I had put on was 445 to 440 as a put spread, right? You know you're going to see that. You know you're going to see that trade print at some point between now and May 18th. Just keep that in your mind as we go forward here. Keep that in mind that over the weekend the expectation is if we don't see a bid into the market that we're going to go down. That we're going to go down next. Remember, we're going to have a week next week, right? I don't know why I'm saying week, but and we've also looked at the market breadth, right? We've been looking at that market breadth often. We're going to bring it up again right now and just take one more look at it this morning. And this is an indicator. This is something we use. This is something. Hold on, give me a second here. This is something that we use, right? To just get an idea of what is happening. Hold on a second here. Give me just 1 second here. Right here. Give me right there. This is something that we end up using here to find out what's going on, right? Are we rotating? Are we finding a bid in the market? Are we rolling over, right? Are we rotating and rolling over? And we'll take a look at this real quick. Move this down over here. I'll actually let this load up here. We're in the one year here. Let's see if that's the 1 year. Let's let that load up here for a minute. And we'll take a look at it here in just a second. But we already know that we're kind of we know we've been rotating in here. We know that we're rolling over in here. We know that the breadth in the market is going down. These are all things that we already know, right? We can look at it right here and we can see it, right? If we're going to be buying calls, long calls, month out calls, 3 month out calls, whatever, calls to a price, call spreads, we know the buy was down here. We know right here that we're rolling it over right here. We can see the breadth going down and the price is not going up, right? We know that we're waiting to actually buy calls in confidence down here when we're down here at like 250 or lower. We can see that we're at 623. It's pretty decent bid in the market. It's at 51.6%. Not bad. We could trade higher from here, but we know that the market's rolling over. We know in the cycle we're at the ass end of one of these cycles. So if you're going to buy a put spread and you put enough time on it, right, it's probably going to print for you at some point, right? You date it out into May. It's probably going to print for you at some point. We know we've got volatility coming in May. We know it's not that far away. It's only like a month away from now. So there's no reason not to put that trade on where we are right now. Now, with all that out of the way, let's put all that out of the way. We'll get rid of that. So, and they're highlighting that in their report for you today, and they're telling you, that to use caution as we move forward. And we're not seeing the bid, right? We saw this bounce down here this morning. Yeah, we had a little small trading range. They're telling you that the implied move today is small. What does that mean? That means that if you want to trade today, take trades today in the SPY or in the market, that you have a defined trading zone, right? You know the top's up here right now. You know currently that the bottom is down here at 440. You can probably trade in here at some point today. Take trades, right? Buy dips, sell rips today. You've seen this on Fridays. Often we've done this, right? It just trades up and down, and then it eventually will sell off at the end of the day. I don't know where we're at in the VIX right now. It looks like the VIX could go up today. We're at 2150. It's kind of bottoming down here. So maybe we sell off towards the end of the day. That's going to be my prediction for today is that we trade in a zone in the SPY, and I think we trade down into the close. And what's funny about that is I bet that you'll see that put buying once we get down there, rather than buying it up here. They're gonna wait. You'll see them wait until we fucking trade down into the close, and then all of a sudden you'll see rolling hedges coming in and rolling puts for the anticipation of next week. Don't wait for that. Wait for if we get up here one more time today, get some protection on yourself heading into next week. And now if you're like, hey Cap, what if we go up though? I don't want to lose all my money, right? Not financial advice. Put more time on it. I told you that yesterday. I said put them out for May 18th. I can't give you financial advice that's going to print into May 18th, but you and I know, and most of the market knows. I think like Joe the barber knows, and Billy Bob, that's a mechanic, knows if he's got money in the market that there's a huge meeting coming up in May, right? We all know that. We all know that there'll be volatility. There always is, every single time coming into next month. Just throw some put hedges on. Probably your best bet is to wait to see if we can trade higher here at some point. Maybe even up in here, looking for a rejection. Just take your time today. Be patient today. If you don't want to do this day trading up and down goofiness, if you don't want to make these trades here, these quick trades, just wait. Just hang out for today on a Friday. Wait for a chance to put some protection on the market. Grab some put spreads. Date them however you like. Whatever kind of risk you want to put on. If you're a bull, it's not your time to be buying calls right now. It really isn't. I'm going to tell you. Your time to be buying calls is probably next week at some point, if we can get some rollover and some actual rollover in the market. And if we don't get that rollover in the market, if we trade sideways into May, you might be waiting for, believe it or not, the FOMC to throw something nice on that you can put on and with confidence, right? So we have two opportunities for bulls, and for bears, you know what you got to do. If you took this short up here, or if you took it yesterday, bought some put spreads, you're in the good to go. I wouldn't expect this to roll over today to start day trading like heavy bear action. You might be able to buy some puts right at the bell up here if we were to squeeze higher into if we have monetization of puts. Let's say we don't sell off into the close and we actually squeeze higher, so bears can get better positioning one more time. Then maybe you can take some puts at the bell for Monday. But I would not be buying just like straight up puts, right? Like holding just diamond handing puts today for expiry sometime next week. You're talking about 4 days of theta burn. So think about put spreads. I don't know if you should be putting on put back spreads right now. I don't know if I don't think we're gonna go down to 4,000 like the dream or like the fever dreams that bears have. Maybe we do, but I don't think that we do. And there's some actual bull tail risk. I talked about it on Twitter last night. I'll get into it later this morning for you. That we could actually go to all-time highs. I don't know if it's now or if it's after FOMC in June. But we have a high chance at some point that we could actually trade up and out of where we are right now. There is a slim chance, even today. We could start that trade today. That there's a very off chance. Everybody wants the market and knows that the market is going down. And to me, this is the easy way to say it. Everybody knows the market's going down into the next FOMC. And you could, out of nowhere, just see the market just fucking crazy rip and just blast everybody's asses. Just keep that in the back of your mind. I was talking about some penny calls that they cost nothing. For that risk, there's actually upside risk. It's kind of like if we're trading all-time highs, once every month or so, and people are putting tail risk hedges on, just like put back spreads. Look at it from a bull risk perspective. There's a small, tiny outside chance that we could go to all-time highs. So be aware of that as well. So let's say put a put spread on, and you buy some penny calls for sometime between now and June that are way outside the money, like almost all-time highs, and just hold on to them for. And I showed you that trade yesterday. I printed 200% on a put spread. So if you were to just buy, let's say you spend $2,000 on a put spread, and then you buy $1,000 in, well, I wouldn't do that. I would buy, I don't know, like $4,000 in put spreads, and then maybe $1,000 in an off chance that we trade higher. That way, you'll still make like 100% profit on the put side, regardless if we ever get that all-time high print. But believe it or not, that print is possible there. So we're gonna take a look back on bookmap right here. We're going to load up Twitter. We're going to take a look at Twitter real quick.
U.S. to sell $16 billion in 20-month reopen bonds, $20 billion in 5-year tips, $34 billion in 52-week bills, $57 billion in 13-week bills, and $48 billion in 26-week bills.
We have the boat is loaded right now on Twitter calls. I bought 50 Cs and then I sold them. Let's see here. And we are at this point on Twitter right now where we are getting that nice little wedge down here. And my assumption is that if there's any kind of an announcement, I haven't seen anything yet. I don't have it up right now, but I'm going to search for Twitter right now to see what if there's any news. But my point being is this: if you were to buy a no, hold on, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. My point here was that you're going to get a violent move. You're going to, depending what that board meeting decision is, you could get a violent move. You can also get a violent move even before the decision comes out, something like this, right? Where we swing high, swing low like we do in FOMC minutes. And you could have a straddle, even a strangle, and you monetize one side, then monetize the other side. And you'll actually get a print on both sides. Now, it's very call heavy right now. We'll monitor the call and put action to see where Twitter goes this morning and see if we can get a face ripper out of it. I do know that if they approve that sale, at least from their board meeting, that when that does happen to companies that are public and then take them private, that they tend to double. Like often they will double in price by the end of close of that decision being made. So I wouldn't be shocked if they decided. I don't know if there's a decision right now, if they've postponed it. I haven't searched to find it. I'll look right now. Maybe I'm talking out my ass because I'm not up to date on the news. But if there is a decision, regardless, either way, it says right here, it says Twitter will hold an all-hands meeting with employees at 2 p.m. Pacific time to discuss the Musk offer. That was 10 minutes ago from Walter Bloomberg. So it doesn't really matter if it doesn't really matter what the decision is. What does matter is that it's going to swing. It's going to swing violently down, or it's going to swing violently up. So the chance for you to buy a straddle or a strangle, either that you tag a number high or low, or even just a straddle that you start moving one way or the other, and the chance of it just through the volatility that'll take place, you'll probably monetize both sides at some point today, even if it's end of day. So we'll monitor it as the day moves forward, as we get closer to that 2 o'clock hour, and maybe I'll put another trade on here around. I'm going to watch the option chain here for the next hour or two, and then roughly around 1 p.m. I'll enter another trade live with you this morning on Twitter because I'm interested to see which way it moves. Oh, now wait! Now it's saying now I'm seeing someone says Twitter to hold a staff meeting on Musk bid at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we have mixed signals here. It says 2 p.m. Now it's saying 5 p.m. So I don't know if this is just bullshit coming out. People are trying to muddy the information stream. I see people saying 5 p.m. and see people saying 2 p.m. today. So we don't have a definite time at this point. I don't know if this is just bears trying to stir some shit pot out there, that the meeting will take place after the close. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. It says 2 p.m. Pacific time. That is 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So after the bell. So maybe I won't place a trade right now. I think what I'll do is, if it's going to be after the bell, I'll probably end up buying some penny calls and penny puts. We'll let the interest wear off on Twitter into the 4 p.m. hour, and I'll end up buying something right towards the bell here. I'll buy something that's like penny calls and penny puts for Monday expiry, and I bet one side of that trade is going to print by Monday. I don't mind. I don't care what the theta is. Actually, I got to think about that. Maybe we'll put on a call and put spread on both sides. Maybe they'll burn them because they'll be sell the news kind of an event in terms of options, right? Maybe we'll get fucked on the options unless it's a spread. Spread it doesn't matter if there's still interest in the trade come Monday. But we'll throw a spread on each. I'll throw a spread on each side. That's dirt fucking cheap. That won't print. We'll just do a straddle or a strangle type call and put spread, so we can get some monetization out of them apples come Monday. So we'll monitor Twitter as the day moves forward. We'll put on the hero indicator for Twitter as well. Let me change this out to the current order book, and let me do some other configure column over here. Do an aggregate view, and we'll move this over a little bit here, so we can look at this. We'll take a look at the yeah. See, the call volume is fading now. That meeting is being pushed back to after market hours, right? There'll definitely be some issues with sell the news. What am I doing wrong here? I'm doing something wrong. Let's go configure that over there. Hold on a second here. No, I don't want the aggregate. I do want the aggregate on that. Close that up. And we'll look for some support down here. Let's find out where support is and some price targets heading into tomorrow. We see that there are sellers above at $55. If the decision is we're not selling, we'll have a price target below of, we got 40 down here. We got 30 down below, 36. Yeah, I have a price target. If the deal falls through, I'd say it's going to go to, I mean, I don't want to say this, but I'm going to have a price target of, I mean, you know what? The other thing, too, those spreads, I'll probably end up putting them out on, maybe I'll do an expiry of next Friday, not Monday, just in case they pin it and don't pay anybody. But I'd expect $30 by next Friday, believe it or not. And if the deal actually goes through, give me a second here and I'll take a look. If the deal goes through, I'm going to put a price target on it of, believe it or not, $80 or 76. I'll double that price. I think it'll hit. Let's look higher. Believe it or not, I think it'll hit. No, so I'm scratching that what I said about. I think it hits 70. That's my price target. $70 or roughly 30. It would quickly, like it would head down to like $35, $30 for a brief moment. So I'll look for some put and call spreads expiring Friday for $70 and $30. I'll price those out, monetize those out, or not monetize. I'll price them out and see what the cost is versus the chance to win those. Let me see here. One other thing. And I think you'll have some weakness today, too, in Twitter now. If that meeting's not taking place until after market hours today, and that's gonna be a tough trade. Tough to monetize the 0 dates for today if you try to get back into those today, unless some information changes that we don't know about on Twitter. I'll try to find out more information, or if something leaks, maybe. I guess you could place a trade here in case there's a leak.
Quarterly ECB policymakers back Thursday's decision unanimously, but differed on the risks. Some policymakers see July hike as still possible after Thursday's meeting, according to sources.
Yeah, 433 is down there. I bet we trade sideways today. And then we get weak into the close. Not seeing a hell of a lot, even on the volume. Not a lot of volume today. You can see that down below here, right? Lots of buyers. As market makers and dealers just buying. Okay, let me switch over here.
Seen a slight uptick in the euro following this press report, citing sources that some policymakers do still see a July hike as possible following today's meeting.
That's EU, not the U.S. So you can trade this in here between 440, 442 if you like, right? You can see how this is trading itself out, right? Buy calls, buy puts, buy calls, buy puts, short the market here and here and here. I'm not going to take a trade on the SPY unless I can get up into this 445 once more. If we can trade up in here, I will throw on some put spreads for next week. And otherwise, I'm going to wait for the day to materialize something. I don't see large moves in the market for the rest of today. I think it's going to be kind of a simple day until we get closer to the close. I think this was the move over here, right? Right off the bell. Huge move in here. And there's just going to be day trading until we make a move down or a move higher. We'll look to find out if we find sellers or if we see shorts being closed to grab more puts for next week. Let me bring this back up, and I'll take a look. I'll watch you guys. I'm going to check out what you guys are saying in chat right now. And see this support down below here at 440. And let me see what you guys are saying out there. Let's see what you guys are talking about. Top chat, live chat. Okay. Definitely rejecting the offer. Let me scroll up a little bit and go through some of the ones above. See you guys are saying up here. All right. Taxes. I see stuff about taxes. Why not rotate between indexes and stocks? Oh, Winky's on the house today. Hey, Winky, good to see you, brother. I was talking about you yesterday. I didn't know if you were in the stream yesterday or not, Winky, but I was discussing the points that you've made in the past about where you don't actually see what you think you're going to see when we're loaded to the tits on puts at a specific strike. Like everybody wants 4,000 in May, and I don't. My point is you probably won't see 4,000 until the week after. Once all that interest comes off. Why not just rotate between indexes and stock? Oh, great. Fuel burned up yesterday. GM, Captain, everyone. Good morning. Gary, good morning. Twitter's pushing up again. Of course, I buy calls when fuel used up. Good morning, Abraham. How are you? Nope, no pump today, supposedly. My guess is that it's going to be... my guess is this. So on a day like today, this is what I think is going to happen. I think this is going to be day trader central. I think this is going to be like 5-minute trades. You'll see some traditional bear and bull flags, and you'll see them play out, and we'll just fuck around the rest. Believe it or not, I think we're going to fuck around the rest of the day, and then you'll see some big moves again towards end of day. I think it's going to be a slow day today. It's a day to start drinking. The lower trading range chase is next week. Let me see here. I demand 445 again or better to short and print my calls. I think you might have a chance at 445 today, Chase. I think you can trade up there today. I think it's just gonna be. I think the trading range is just gonna be very small today. 2 p.m. all hands meeting. Joshua, can you let me know further down in the chat if it's 2 p.m. I think it's 2 p.m. Pacific time, right? And that would make it 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or New York time. Can you explain the market breadth and what it's measuring? Yeah, I'll go through the market breadth indicator once more with you here in just a moment. Good morning, Brad. Good morning, Hut. Why May 18th instead of May 20th? Let's see. OPEC's end of month. Seems like more OI on the 20th. Can we see book map? Yep, I did that. Let me have Piton halted. They're raising fees. They're so fucked up, Piton. Fucking lowering the cost of the bike, too. Launching in Walmart near you soon, probably. And what usual says Trump is saying he will not return to Twitter even if Elon buys it. Oh, fucking Christ. So is it 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for Twitter? I've got someone here saying it's 2 p.m. Pacific Time, right? That would make it 5 p.m. our time, wouldn't it? Isn't it like 3 hours? So I think that's what it is. Yeah, so Winky's got it right. 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay. No, what I'm talking about when I said 2 p.m., I'm looking at Twitter posts that aren't listing. They're saying 2 p.m., but they're not saying Pacific Standard Time in their Twitter posts. That they're intentionally not saying Pacific Standard Time. My point was that when I was reading Twitter posts, people were intentionally not putting Eastern Standard Time or Pacific Standard Time. I would stay as far away as possible from that. I don't know what that means. Twitter puts for next week is the most obvious play ever. I wouldn't agree with that Twitter put. So I don't know if you want my excuse me. If you want my take on it, if his offer is accepted or rejected, I don't know what the answer to that is. I don't know if it's accepted or not, but I know that it happens, and I know that people get fucking greedy. And the other neat part is that it could still come back to being public again. This could just be, a lot of fluff. I know that there's talk of that on Twitter right now, that it's just bullshit. So puts are the obvious answer for next week. Got it. Is SPY bear flagging or coming back to test VWAP today? Not sure. I'll have to take a look again. Ben Long Twitter puts since initial pump 53 closed May 40 already for 80%.
We're inside 15 minutes now to the European cash equity close. European rates remain higher on the day and higher than we're about where we were heading into the ECB statement this morning.
Oh, I see what
you're
saying.
The German 10-year yield up 7, the Italian 10-year up 11, the UK 10-year up 8 on the day.
Yeah, I have no fucking idea. Oh, wait.
Small pop here in the euro, recouping some of the day's losses post ECB 108.14 on that latest ECB sourced story as we head towards the European cash close.
Yeah, I have no idea on the times.
The DAX is higher by about 0.6%. The CAC Cron up 0.4% as we push towards the close.
I think my assumption though is that's after market hours. If it was in market hours that the meeting took place and someone was on the inside, and we'll watch the options chain today. My assumption is that there's probably insiders that are going to place some bets at some point, and if we can keep an eye on the options chain on Twitter, we can see the insider trades that are going on behind the scenes. So we'll look for that too in Twitter. At some point today, we might see that leaking. Yeah, TAC, I agree with you on that. Just taking profits in anticipation. Hold on, I missed the part you guys are saying. I'm missing some of your stuff here. Hold on. I bought you bought the Twitter 38 with me. You didn't sell them. Yeah, I sold at 52 cents. When we had that first pop, I sold them for 52 cents. Where are they at right now? Are they still? Well, let's take a look. Let me look at Twitter. So, oh shit, 50 C's are only worth 12 cents now? Fucking A. Yeah, so now that they know that there's not going to be a decision today, my assumption would be that all of the options for today are going to get fucked. If I had to guess. And it might dip even further. You could offset your trade by getting some puts, but my thought process would be that they're going to burn down at least the call side on Twitter today, with that meeting now being after market hours. If Twitter board is going to even consider Musk's offer, they will certainly counter. Stock was in 60s 6 months ago. What happens to the price? Good question, Greg. I think the price goes up to. I honestly, I took a minute before this broadcast to look at public companies that have gone private, and if that decision is made, I'm telling you, expect a double in the price. Expect my price target's 70. But I wouldn't blink if we went to 78 or 80 bucks. It absolutely would not blink. I wouldn't blink if it went higher, because of this market's been the craziness that we've had in this market the past couple of years, right? The retail traders that are in the market, the meme stonks and all that kind of stuff that goes on in this market. It wouldn't shock me. So I agree, Greg. 10 years approaching 2.8 again. They would never just accept. Yeah, I don't think that they would just accept either. I think they would negotiate a price if they were going to accept. But I don't. You guys got to know that some very famous companies have gone private. Some very famous companies get bought. It's not out of the realm of possibility that it could happen. There's a chance, right? There's a greater chance than there was yesterday that Elon Musk can buy Twitter. And I'm not saying that it's a guaranteed thing or trying to put a. I'm not trying to put a, hey, this is going to happen. My only concern is making money. So if I put a put and a call spread on it, it's gonna more than likely it's gonna print, right? We're either gonna sell the fuck out of Twitter. And actually, you'll see the other neat part of that trade is you'll probably see, from what I read this morning, you'll probably see if the deal goes through, or if the deal doesn't go through, you'll actually see Tesla crank. You'll see Tesla end up cranking. So I guess if you're in the camp of buying puts on Twitter for next week, there's a couple of problems with that. First, it's just like an ER, right? If sell the news over the weekend, you might not lose all the monetization of your puts. Realizing because there's so much interest right now, right? The interest will go away next week. So I would stick with spreads. And the other thing though too is if you're bearish on Twitter, the deal falling through, I would then want to buy some calls for Monday. Even if the market's going to head down on Monday, I would be buying some calls on Tesla, I guess. I don't know if the market, if there's still rotation on Monday, if the market doesn't start selling off immediately, you'd probably see Tesla up even if the market's kind of like rotating still. If the market's going down in a hole, it might just be an excuse to keep dropping Tesla. But there could be a trade in Tesla possibly going up with the deal falling through. Let me see what you guys are saying here. Oh, my bad. 69.420, brother. My bad, Josh. My bad, doggy. 10 years approaching 2.8 again. Yeah, there's a long conversation we have to have about the 10-year, 10s and 2s. Not for today. Its impact on the market, what it means to the market. No, it would not double. It would go to 54.20. Why would it go to 54.20? Oh no, you're saying it would go to 54.20 because of the offer price? No, incorrect. That's incorrect. It doesn't go to the offer price. I want to be clear with that, whether you know this or not. If you don't know this out there, right, the top is not what the offer that's made is. By the end of the close of the deal being made, the price can go wherever the fuck it wants to go. Be clear on that, okay? Be very, 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 very clear on that. Agree it can rocket. Just saying, if they say no to the offer, they were probably saying business lingo. We'll get back to you. Yeah. There will always be a big whale there dumping shares at 54.20 if the offer is accepted. I can get what you're saying about the big whale selling at 54.20. What I'm going to say to you is go out there, dig through on Google. Just, I don't know, do a Google search that says, I think Dell did it. I think Dell was public, went private. Burger King was public and then went private. There's a few others, right? But some big ones, like big companies like Twitter. Go look at what their stock price, their share price was at the end of the day of the deal being made, and their agreed upon deals that they had. They just cranked. They cranked right into the bell. So I'm not saying that's going to happen here with Twitter. I'm saying that I'm looking for examples in the past. Did it go to the offer price at the bell? Did it go higher? Did it go lower? And history tells us that it goes way, way higher if the deal goes through. And I think Tesla would go down significantly as well. Let me see. Agree you can rocket. There will always be a big whale. Yeah. I am assuming what? I mean, I'm missing something. Hold on. Assuming a $20 power company gets bought at $4 a share, it doubles. There may be no finality yet. Yes, no, next week. That's a fair point, Greg. I agree with that too. Chick-fil-A, no reason for it to go through. Whales was shorted heavily above 54.20. investors will sell if sell it above that price. Tesla ER on 422. Yep. Why no? I mean, I'm missing something. Why no Ripper today if negative gamma is rolling off? We'll get to that answer, Chase, in just a minute. Of course, it can go higher, but it likely won't. You said it could double. Yeah, I think it can fucking double easily. And you know what? You show me. How about this? Let's talk about this real quick. You get your ass, you get yourself on Google, and you show me when this has happened in the past in a decent, like comparable company. I don't think Burger King's comparable, but it kind of is. But find those companies and you show me where that hasn't happened. It's very common for this to happen, to close almost double into the bell once an agreement is found. Chase, we'll get back to the no ripper today. Look at 5 and 3 spread has to be inverted for a period of time before negative effects. According to my tops in the past. Floyd's Garage. If you guys want, I will do a video on the impact of the credit markets on the cash market. My take on the market right now is we've heard my take on the market. I regurgitate it every single day. I'm sticking with that right now. Who's buying Twitter higher than 54.20? There will always be a seller higher. Panera. Yep, Panera Bread was one. Musk Cult would follow. It would go higher than the offer's price, but I would give it less than a 10% chance they accept the offer. I kind of like K Goose's commentary here. I like the idea of what he's saying, right? Musk Cult will follow it. It will. It'll blast off. I'm just promise. I promise you. Okay. You saw Tesla weak. Tesla was weak this morning, and Twitter was up just based on that, right? I think you see it blast off. 5 and 3 inverted bounce 15 yesterday. Space Callfurs on Twitter are wrong, telling folks share price pegged at 54.20. Yeah, like the pegged at 54.20 are fucking retarded. Tesla goes lower if accepted. Yep, absolutely. Question is Twitter willing to give up their controls to control it? That's not really the question for me, Dan. I got to tell you guys something, okay? If you guys have been in the market for a long fucking time, I've seen fucking more shit. Like, everyone's a fucking or the CEOs of these companies, right? These companies, it's a prime example. It's a prime fucking example. Go back, right? Go back and remember the CEO of Piton. This is a recent example. Go back and just look at the fucking CEO of Piton and all the fucking videos he used to make, stroking off about where he's taking the company, right? And then you see what's leaked out heading into their last DR there, right? And what were they doing during COVID? They were fucking snorting cocaine and fucking hookers for 2 years, partying at ski resorts. I skied during COVID. They were packed. Rich people were on the mountain. That's what they were doing. Rich people were on the mountain during COVID.
Follow up on the ECB thinking. Reportedly, ECB said to be seeing a growing consensus for a 25 basis point rate increase in the third quarter.
They were partying down in Florida. I can tell you right now.
That's what earlier reports said ECB policymakers see a July rate hike as still possible after today's meeting.
And so my point is that
differed over the risk assessment.
That the CEO is saying that he's doing all this shit, right? And then he comes out with a fucking armband after 2 years of just cranking money into Piton. And when you're saying to yourself, like I'm not a fucking engineer for Piton, but I know if I was a CEO of Piton, what's the next logical step for Piton? What is it? You guys tell me. I know what it is. You buy a kick-ass bike company, high end, right? Because that's who buys Pitons, right? Like Mandy lives. That's fucked up commercial where the husband works and the wife works out all day long. So fucked up. And but anyways, they're catering to like that Apple crowd, right? And if we're gonna reopen at some point, you would expect that they would have a fucking Piton bike for Jim Bob and his wife to go bike riding on. You would expect something more with more oomph for that company. And what did they do? What did the CEO do? Do was fucking around, doing nothing. And so, like, I know that you're like, hey, Twitter would never sell out, and you see the board's never going to sell out. I'm telling you, behind closed doors, right? It's fucking rare to find a CEO that believes. You saw it in Boeing, right? There was a time when Boeing was, you saw that documentary just came out, right? Boeing was known for quality. And then they got...
Trading in Europe is now officially closed for the day. The DAX up 0.75%. The CAC Quran up 0.9% on the day.
You see this time and again, right? You see like an Elon Musk that believes in this company, whether you think he's a fraud or not, it doesn't matter. But you see like an Elon Musk like, I'll never fucking sell. But I'll tell you what, most companies behind the fucking doors will fucking sell their wife, their kids, their dogs. They'll sell everything to monetize or to print money for their company. So I wouldn't fucking put it past them for a minute. The people or companies do this all the fucking time, and they'll lie to your face. And then pull a rug out from underneath you at some point, unannounced, shocking. A deal's been made, it's been sold, or they've brought in a partner. All kinds of nonsense happens with these companies. So I'm not saying it's going to happen that they're going to accept the bid, but it wouldn't shock me. I heard all the talk too, where people are like, "Well, we don't want to be controlled by Elon Musk. We don't want to have that. We'll quit." All this other fucking nonsense. I'll tell you what. If the money is right. Most people have a price that they'll sell at if the money is right. I'm not saying it's going to happen, okay? I'm not telling you like I believe that the deal is going to take place. I'm just telling you the argument of, will the board won't sit with it or any of like the talk that you hear. It's always about money.
Results of the Treasury's
really
4 and 8 week bill auction.
Yeah, Twitter Day would be a huge stock day for
bond markets
based
on
on
early close day at 2 o'clock
right.
Eastern ahead of the Good Friday holiday.
Yep. Yeah. No, I get what you're saying, Dan. I understand the semantics of it. You're saying I don't think Twitter's ready to give up the control to Elon. Not that it can't double. I wasn't agreeing or disagreeing with any of that. I was trying to explain to you that that sentiment, right?
4-week bills draw 0.370% with 81.75% allotted at the high and a 2.84
Yeah, I like
cover.
condors today, Zach. I like a condor too, Zach. I'm not trying to say like
8-week bills draw 0.570% with 49.27% allotted at the high and a bid to cover 3.56.
It's weird. So I spent a portion of my career working in corporate America, and I started out moving my way up, and then I was in. Hold on one second here. Give me just a quick second here. So I spent a portion of my career working in corporate America, right? And over time I worked my way up in these companies, and eventually I made my way into C-suite, right? Can you plug this in, please, for me? Right there. And then doing business deals in closed door meetings, right? So when you get into this, when you get into business, I know some of you have been in business before. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you, like fucking 80% of the people I've done business with, they have a face for their employees. They have a face for their management. They have a face for their upper management. And then the moment you're in a back fucking room with these guys, right? I'm not saying this is right or wrong, or I don't, I'm not trying to make past judgment here, but I'm saying that I'm telling you, they say it doesn't go on, but behind closed doors, right? It's like a fucking fifth face. When you hear that CEOs are psychopaths or whatever they say that a lot of CEOs are psychopaths. I'm telling you, they fucking are. They're psychopathic. You get them behind a closed door with depending on who they're talking to, and they'll sell their fucking mother down the fucking river in a fucking second. They're fucking monsters. That's what they are. In my experience, at least. Not all of them. Like not you. You might be out there and own some small business, and you're not that guy. But I'm telling you, on a larger scale, right? There are some ruthless fucking people in business, and that's why they're in business. That's why they're where they are. So I don't think it's off the table. So let's say I was going to make a deal for Twitter, and my employees weren't happy with it, right? I would massage you publicly. I would have a PR team out there saying we're going to assuage your concerns. We're going to do this. We're going to air them out publicly so we can give you, because to make you feel better in public. Let's say an employee is reading news articles or a push from, there's probably PR right now being spread around about this very thing, being paid for right now publicly, believe it or not, so that if a Twitter employee reads it, he feels better or she feels better. Believe it or not, that shit goes on all the time, whether you know it or not. That really does happen. In case the deal goes through, right? Well, at least they aired my opinions publicly on Twitter or on Fox News or on CNN. I feel better. It's kind of a fucked up thing, right? But it's a psychological thing. People get paid a lot of money to put those stories out, so that you kind of feel better in some way. It's really fucked up, but that does happen all the time. So I don't think for a minute that they won't. I don't think that they won't consider the offer. I think they will consider it. They're having this meeting, right? The CEO didn't just come out and say "fuck you," no, right? So they're having a meeting on it. So they're at least entertaining this offer. ATV Misfit deal is great example of price not hyper inflating on buyout. Sellers at 443. Dan's close the company down because useless piece of shit. I miss you too, Sue. How are you? Shut-ins. Yeah, they're fucking monsters, man. Behind closed doors, I'm telling you. I don't know if I believe that. Well, the reason I'm bringing this up, the whole reason why I'm bringing this up to you guys is because I didn't know, so you think you know somebody. I mean, some of these guys, you'd meet him and you fucking would never know. And then you get behind a closed door and it comes down to signing a deal behind a closed door. And you fucking find out. And you're like, motherfucker, this guy's another fucking scumbag. And you're just like, no matter, you go out on a boat ride with him, you go fucking golfing with him, you go have a drink with him, you eat steak with him 10 times, all this other stupid shit that happens. And then you get behind a closed door and you're like, he's a fucking monster. The fucking guy's a fucking monster. As a matter of fact, I left my chosen career path because I had gotten to a point where I was going to have to become a monster. And I shit you not. I was talking to Joe Donut about this. I was talking to Joe Donut at one point about this because I was offered a job where, a position where I'd be working between South America and North America, traveling constantly up and down the East Coast and then down to Colombia. Great job, right? I would never be home. Ever. Like, I'd be home once a month or so, right? I'd be home once a month, but I'd be out, eating steak out and drinking fucking bourbon every night and blowing cocaine and fucking hookers and stuff like that or whatever. That's what those guys do. And not all of them, but a lot of them do this, right? This is the life for a lot of people. And I wasn't willing to do that. I gave up a huge job, huge salary, because I didn't want to become that. I wanted to stay married. I wanted to be with my kids. I enjoy my family, and so I didn't want to have that life. But that life is out there for a lot of people. Once I was exposed to it, I was like, I don't want to have anything to do with this stuff, right? And you can see what the class is. You can see that this is very common in this lifestyle, but it wasn't for me. I was married at that point and I just had 2 young children, and I'm like, you know what? I'm like, I'd rather not become what I see these other guys have become, right? All these guys are in their 50s, are on the second, third divorce. They got a fake blonde bimbo with fake tits, or they're just single, right? And they got a couple kids, a divorce or 2 behind them, and they're always on the road, and I didn't want anything to do with it. Worked in Silicon Valley for decades. Cap is right. Yeah. Cap versus Trade the News. Yeah, Twitter's a propaganda tool by the CIA, the Chinese, and Saudis. They will accept giving up the tool for some money. I like you, Nat. Nat Nyjan. Thanks, brother. Shintuk on the 15-minute looks like too long for me to be a bear flag anymore. Just looks like a trading range we've entered. Yeah, we're in a trading range. That's what we're in. So I'm going to tell you guys for sure, okay? Limp dick diagrams. Well, I was. So the thing that I'm not going to tell you what I used to do, but I was the guy that you'd bring into a failing operation, right? So if you had a failing operation, I was the fucking hatchet man. I'd come in and I would fucking hatchet you and replace your ass for a multitude of reasons. So yeah, I was pretty blunt with people. I didn't want to become a monster. Whatever. They will sell their mother. Yeah, they will. Probably already got to Elon. CIA's probably already got to Elon. Yeah, you can confirm on regarding CEOs. I can promise you guys. I'm telling you, behind closed doors, dude. These guys. It's not all of them. You know, there's like companies that have real people behind them. That real believers. I mean, Boeing was one of those companies at one time. GE was one of those companies at one time, right? Joe Don and I were talking about this a couple weeks ago. We were saying they bring in new leadership, or they get a corporate raider comes in, and they cut all the fat. They cut out people. You know, you saw this one guy, right? I forget what company it was. That wasn't WeWork, but he was laying people off via Zoom calls, right? These people have no fucking tact. They're fucking tone deaf. And they'll fucking sell you down the river. Like you'd be working somewhere for 20 years, 30 years, and they'll sell you down a fucking river. If that original leader doesn't still believe in their company, or gets too old, or the money's right, they don't believe anymore. There's all kinds of reasons. You don't know how bad Twitter's losing money. We already know behind the closed doors of Twitter that they haven't been able to monetize it properly, right? We don't know behind the scenes about Twitter if they can monetize it, or if they lose what the specialness of Twitter. There is a special. I mean, I was talking to my wife about this last night. I was like, you know what? I was talking about Twitter, and I was like, you know what? I was like, I was an early adopter of Reddit, like the early, like first year it was open, like first when Reddit was like brand new, when they were faking posts and all that kind of shit and faking comments. I was a Redditor. And I've seen its change over the years, right? And it evolved, quote unquote. But I was talking to my wife about Reddit last night, and I was talking to my wife last night about Reddit, and I was saying, look, I was like, I've seen every iteration of Reddit. I was like, but at this point, seeing it from its inception to what it is today, in my view, right, it's completely astroturfed, completely. There's an opinion being pushed and sold and bought on Reddit, and then there's even massive control. And they flush accounts. I've been IP banned from Reddit over the years. I've had long time accounts I've gotten burned. You can see that there are trusted commentators. They can even mods can even structure comment sections to look a certain way specifically, intentionally. Companies astroturf, governments astroturf in Reddit, and then now you can even see the way the comment sections are. There's even, and I'm not against foreign people making comments in threads, but inside of comment sections, but you can see that there's more of a global influence in Reddit, which is fine. I'm fine with that, but at the same time, it's not really real. Like if I was to go to, let's say, India and try to say these are my values, right? You'd be a laughing stock. So if you've got a government entity trying to persuade Americans or English people or Americans here with viewpoints and thoughts that aren't American, what you're doing is you're kind of it's almost like a psychological warfare to an extent. And to me, I don't like Reddit anymore. And I know that happens on Twitter, but it's harder to find. It's harder to find quality information on Reddit. It seems like it's all crafted at this point. Mostly Reddit is astroturf. On Twitter, you'll see the Russians and the Chinese and all this kind of stuff, and the bots and all this other shit. But then you can actually still find legit sources on Twitter. Right?
Twitter shares have fallen into negative territory on the day now at 45.55.
You can follow Trump or Biden. You can follow a reporter from the New York Times. You can follow the guy who runs, I don't know, full algo or follow the guy that runs Spot Gamma, and actually follow these people for true insight from the horse's mouth. Oftentimes on Reddit, I don't find that. So we were talking about that last night about Twitter, and then also Reddit was able to monetize, and Twitter hasn't been able to monetize yet at this point. So we don't know behind the scenes if a new ownership will help monetize Twitter at this point. And so I'm questioning that if the deal could go through over that as well. So in my view, I'm thinking out loud about Twitter if that deal could actually go through. Yeah, and they're letting you know the real deal. Yeah, they're psychopaths. Absolutely. Yep, all employees are just numbers. You got to know that. Spot Gamma was really way off. Okay, Chase, we're gonna get to you here in just a second. I see you keep freaking out inside the chat box. Chase thinks it's a major dump incoming. The chair's against the wall. The CEO factory folks. Looks like they're going to break SPY. Okay, stop panicking. John has a long mustache. John has a long mustache. Yeah, it's all Reddit has become a shit show. It is a fucking shit show. And even like Wall Street Bets still claims that they're not carpet, they're not astroturfed, and they are too. I remember I've been every iteration I've been in Wall Street Bets for years and years and years. He used to be a very active member there, and even that sub is fucked up. And it's more fucked up from the mods than anything else. Even the current mods. I know you guys love the current mods, but the whole thing's a scam. So anyways, okay, so we're going to talk about we're going to go back to Chase is panicking here. So we're going to go back to Spot Gamma report, okay? And everything is lining up to what they said today. There's nothing, everything they said today is lining up to what's taking place. So we'll go through it one more time. So that if you read it on your own or something, that I read these with you every day so that you guys get an idea of what's happening, so you can read, so you guys can be on your own. If I'm not here, you can interpret this appropriately each day. So let's take a look at the SPY real quick, okay? And then we'll read the report once more. And so you see the SPY here, right? You see this right here, 0.60%, right? And Spot Gamma said the implied move today, right? The implied move. Now we can trade outside of the implied move, but what are we implied is going to happen today, right? We're implying something is going to happen today. We're implying we're going to move like 1.5%, 1.25%, and right now the implied move is 0.6%. So we're at 0.59% right now, right? We've traded to our upper bound up here, right? Right around 445, right? We know this is first resistance here, right? Right up in here is first. This is your resistance above, and there in your support down below is 440, right? They also say in the Spot Gamma report that next week, right, the bottom will be 430, not 440, but not today. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, if this is a low-ish for a negative gamma environment, if we have low volatility today, the expectation is that we're going to trade in this range for most of today. And we have so far. So from 9:30 until 12 o'clock in the afternoon, it's been 2.5 hours, we have maintained this trading range. That is the expectation for today. We'll go through the report right now once more and what the expectation is. Now, with us trading within this range, right, and if we're checking in Bookmap, right, we're not seeing a lot of selling in the market, right? You're not seeing massive selling. You're not seeing massive buying in the market. We know that put holders are going to monetize their puts today. We know that they monetized them yesterday as well. And we talked yesterday about Vanna rallies and the components of a Vanna rally, right? You get some help from de-risking from dealers and market makers, right? And then the second part of that trade is going to be call buying. Not call buying that's 0 dates. It's call buying that's a week out, a month out, much higher strikes, right? Not in the money strikes for today. You're looking for today. You'd be looking for a bunch of calls, or yesterday, a bunch of calls at like 460, 470, expiring anywhere from a week to a month out, right? We haven't seen that yet today, at least in the indexes we haven't, right? And so we're kind of just fucking around here. We haven't seen a ton of put buying here, right? So we're not going down yet. So we're just kind of hanging around. Now, with that said, right, what happens as we move into the close in the SPY? We're going to look at the actual report here in just a minute. So what's my thought process there? I don't think we sell down from here. Even if we did sell down from here, how deep do we sell down, right? And if anything, this is kind of a place you can see it right here, right? One bounce here, one bounce here. Maybe we can get down to this 436, 438 down here. Too risky for my blood. I made my money this morning. Actually, I broke even on these calls, close to it, right? And I made a ton of money on Twitter. So am I taking that trade? That risk of us trading down right now in the middle of the afternoon, 12 o'clock in the afternoon? Probably not. What I'm probably going to do is still wait to see if we can trade higher up here. To put some puts on. And I'm going to monitor the calls and put flow as they come in today in case we do start to aggressively sell off into the close. My guess would be even if we do sell down, let's say we trade out of our implied range for the day, right? The expectation for today is that those puts will still be monetized at some point. So let's say we trade down here, right? Let's say you're in some puts and you're like, oh yeah, I'm getting my bear on. At some fucking point, there's always potential today because these puts are going to be closed that we're going to whipsaw right straight back up here, okay? That you can get caught in that whipsaw the moment those puts are closed. So it's too much risk for my blood. My whole purpose here today is to look for a moment up here. If we can get up here at some point to buy some more puts for next week. So that's my plan for today. Even if we trade down here, I'm not going to buy some puts. My fear is that they'll be closed for profit. You can see when it happens down here, right? We come down here, we slap it up higher. We come down, we slap it up higher. It's right. Come down here, slap it up higher. 1, 2, 3. If we did trade down here, I don't want to get caught in that move higher. So I'm going to wait for if this move higher happens today into the bell. I'm going to wait for it. You guys see this happen on Fridays, right? Not every Friday, but some Fridays will sell down aggressively, and then you're like, oh yeah, I'm getting my puts on for Monday. And then all of a sudden, towards the bell, we scream higher, and you're positioned wrong. You're not in position for the next leg down. So this is what I'm looking for at some point today. What do I think happens though? In the meantime, the rest of this afternoon, I think we trade in here. I think we trade in here. I think if we trade below here for a moment, we'll come back into this trading range until the last part of the afternoon. It's a quiet day of trading, believe it or not. So we're going to look at the SpotGam report once more just so you guys can read through it with me. We'll do it a second time. And what does it say, okay? Futures held a quiet overnight session, currently trading near 44.40, right? We look for muted volatility today, right there. Muted volatility today. That's what we're looking for, right? That's the implication, but it doesn't always happen. We can get some headline news that comes out, something that we don't see out of left field. The implied move is only 0.67%. Last couple days, we've had moves that are 1.25, 1.50. Resistance remains at 4450, right? And then 4475. Snap some lines in your charts. Support shows at 4435 and 4420, right? This is where we're expected to trade today. The expectation. So on the low end, we're down to 442, right? We're currently sitting at 440 right now, right? So we're even below our implied trading range right now. So do I think we go lower? Probably not. We still register 25% SPY and Q's gamma rolling off today. So this is danger for you if you're a bear. We can always squeeze the moment that these are monetized and closed out ahead of a 3-day weekend. This is predominantly negative put gamma that's going away. In line with this, as stated for the last several days, we thought that this put-heavy expiration into the long weekend would provide fuel for a market lift, right? With yesterday's 1% shift higher, we think that fuel is largely burned up. So we had part of our rally yesterday, and we didn't see call buying yesterday to continue the fueling that fire yesterday. So we've kind of petered out, right? We've talked about that too in the past during these rallies, these Vanna rallies, these Vanna and Charm rallies, that We're not right. It's depending where we are in the market. We know that the market breadth is down. We know that if people are expecting the market to roll over. We know that we've got the doom and gloom of FOMC coming out in May. So we're not seeing it, right? We're just not seeing it today. So the rally is over, but we also don't have puts down below, right? At 430, 420. We've got puts that are expiring today for 430 and 420, and the market makers aren't going to want to print those, right? They've lost all their value, right? At some point, they're going to get closed, and so the market makers are going to take their money and run. As shown below, it's the dominant gamma strike on the board, 445.50 is now fair value. So do we expect to go higher without call buying? No, right? A large amount of which expires today. That's the other key too, right? 445 is now fair value, a large amount of which expires today. And what do we see happen today? Right off the bell, and I think we even said this. I think we even said yesterday at the bell, I said to you, they'll probably come up here and tag it and then sell off. I think we even said that in yesterday's stream. And sure enough, we tagged this above, and you know what they did? They closed their calls, right? Now they're going to come down here and try to close their puts, and we'll probably trade sideways right into the bell, unless we have heavy put hedge buying or heavy call and call buying that we haven't seen yet. It hasn't presented itself yet. So put this back here. So we're just trading sideways, right? That's what we're doing. Ultimately, we're in a no man's land at current levels. So this is a key for you, Chase, right? We're in a no man's land. I just said to you guys out there that I'm not taking a trade currently on the SPY. I said to you that you could take day trades on the SPY right now. You can buy some dips and rips as it trades sideways. This expiration removes a fair amount of the put support. There is now no significant OPEX now until 520, and positioning is very neutral as per being at the gamma flip line, the vol trigger at 44.35. This makes assigning an edge difficult, right? Right here, key words right here, right? Assigning an edge is difficult here. Puts expiring does open the market to lower lows. This is what Winky talks about. Winky's always out there saying, if you know, and this is a weird thing to talk about. Not weird, but
Chile's National Copper Company, Cochoco, saying they see some growth in copper output this year.
When you guys hear about bags, right, being a bag holder out there, Winky's point is, if 100 people buy 430 puts, right? Let's say if they buy 430 puts, they're not going to get a fill on those puts if another 100 people don't come in and say, "Oh yeah, I'll buy some 430 puts." As a matter of fact, and I'm let's say I'm the first guy that bought those puts. I'm going to try to convince you. I'm simplifying this, but I'm going to try to convince you. I'm going to say, "Hey, look, we're still going to 430. Oh, and by the way, we can probably go to 420, right?" And so now you're out there buying my 430s, and you're buying 420s probably. If more buyers don't come in for those 430s or 420s, even deeper, right? 420s, 410s, we won't trade down to 430s for the original buyer of those puts. That's me. Right? I'm not going to get paid unless there's someone else stepping in and putting their money down. I'm not going to get paid. And so Winky talks about that. Winky's like, if the first 100 people come in and say, I'm buying 430s, and we don't get more follow through, market makers aren't going to pull out $100 out of their pocket and pay me, right? They want to take it out of another bear's pocket and pay me. And they skim some money off the top, and then you got Theta Gang in there and all that kind of shit. Skimming as well all along the way. Sometimes they get caught with their pants down, and they do have to pay out of their pocket. But they're not in business to do that. They're in business for me as the original put buyer to convince you as the new put buyer to enter the market, right? So that you buy my bags, so that the market makers and dealers aren't buying my bags, right? And the market makers and dealers would do everything that they possibly fucking can to ensure that you don't get a print if you're the only bag holder there. So if I'm the original bag holder and I don't see more puts come in today into the market, heavy put buying, heavy bearish attitude today, you're not going to see those lower bounds in the market. So we're looking for that right now. We're not seeing it. So that's their point, right? And Winky's other point is, even if the market's heading there, we know that we're going to 430, right? That Winky's point is basically once all that interest on those 430 puts is wiped from the board, They'll then tag 430. They'll tag it. They don't have to pay anybody, and then we'll move higher from there. Okay. So thank you for playing. I'm taking all your money away from you, and now we're gonna go down and slam 430. So key point in this is you want to be ahead of the game right now, and you're gonna be looking for a positioning day today. You're gonna position yourself there's some other factors we'll read that stuff here, right? As you can see, the gamma reduces with today's expiration, and note the kink around 4400 that goes away. This is due to puts being removed, which leads to reduced negative gamma position. Through another lens, you can see this as fewer put positions in a market that has less hedges. If new puts are added, that foists negative delta hedging onto dealers, aka short futures, and downside
just past
pressure.
The noon hour here in New York, the Dow down up 30, the S&P is down 26, and the Nasdaq Composite down 187. Crude futures again lifting towards the upper end of their quarterly range today on this latest New York Times report on nearing a phased-in ban of Russian oil. Yields are higher globally after the ECB earlier today. The U.S. 2-year yield is up significantly to 2.435%. The 10-year is up 10 basis points at 280 once again, while in Germany, the 10-year Bund is up 784 basis points.
I want to check HYG and J&K. Yeah, a little risk off in J&K. A little bit of selling in J&K. A little bit of roll in HYG as well. It's good to see. Showing the market rolling over. Nice sell-off in TLT. So it should be good into the weekend. So if new puts are added, that foists negative delta hedging onto dealers, right? Short futures, it's likely puts to be added at lower strikes, right? It's likely puts to be added at lower strikes. So we'd have a new lower bound now at a lower strike, something like 4,300 next week, okay? So we had bottom this week of 4,400.
Looking further into this report on oil, saying their sources are indicating that this phased-in ban will not be put up for talks until after the French elections.
Getting a bid right now in USO as well. Checking BNO right now. I'm bidding BNO as well. Must note that the SP is technically above the vol trigger of 4435 per our model. This compels us to give an edge to the bullish side. We tagged our bullish side, right? We tagged right off the bell 4450. Almost. What did we tag today? We tagged almost to the pin 4450. Almost to the pin. So we tagged our 4450, right? That was our bullish edge that we got today. I closed my calls this morning. We tagged it. We likely want to recapture 4500 to signal a true risk on position. We already know with the market breadth indicator we're rolling over the market. We're looking for lower lows next week. So the point being is expect today to trade within a range for the rest of today and find a place to buy some puts. And I haven't bought mine yet. I should have bought mine yesterday and I didn't. I should have added mine on there. I see calls coming into the market right now on the SPY and the Qs. And someone in the chat was saying, well, we should sell off here, right? We should sell off. Here, let me get rid of this. Someone just said a few minutes ago that we should buy. I don't know who said it, but someone said we should buy puts here, right? And what did I tell you at 9 or whenever I got on 10 o'clock or 10:30 or so? I told you, I said we're more than likely going to trade in this range here, right? And I said you can buy the dips and sell the rips. I also said that inside of this range here, if we trade out of that bound, right? If we trade down below, it's a good place to buy a dip. If we trade up and above it, it's a good place to sell the rip, right? Otherwise, we're kind of stuck in this range in here. And you can see right here, if you had bought some puts here, you'd be fucked right now, right? Just kind of swooped right back up, right? Just trapped you in. So don't get caught. Try not to get caught. And you can see this right here. I talked about this earlier, right? Let me show you this. It said you're going to get caught with day traders. They're going to do simple setups in the market in the middle of the day, and this is playing itself out, right? I said to look for simple setups bull flags and bear flags. I said that to you, right? And here's one right here, right? And this is all day trader bullshit, right? You get this nice little bear flag right here, breaks below, and it's starting to consolidate once again, right? So just do these little day trades in here. This is all fuckery. This is all just day traders dicking around. This is kind of like, a bunch of old guys in a room and they know all the tricks, and that's all they're doing. They're going to dick around all day long today into the close. And as we get into the close, you're going to see either selling off or some squeezing higher. I don't know which way we go yet. What my thought process is today, I'm just going to sit back a little bit, take it easy, and I'm just going to wait until we get near this close. And I'm hoping that we trade higher at some point today, whether it's right now or if it's into the 3 o'clock hour. I'm going to be looking to grab some put spreads for next week. Probably going to get them we'll take a look at some spreads today, what they cost and what the expectation is. We can do some different dates and stuff. We'll blast through some of this stuff, and I'll do it live with you guys to show you some decent spreads for next week. We'll look at 430. We'll look for 440s to 430. We'll look at different expiration dates. We'll look at an expiration for Friday. We'll look at an expiration for Monday, not this Monday, but next Monday. And then we'll look for an expiration in May, and we'll look for an expiration in June. I think we'll look for an expiration in late May if there's any available. I don't know if they're available right now. I haven't looked, but we will look for. Hang tight here. We'll look for an expiration on May 18th. We'll look for an expiration on May 20th. And then we'll do what Winky always recommends, which I agree with Winky most of the time on this stuff. Even if it doesn't go our way, we'll look at May 27th as well for some in-the-money put spreads and see if they can print 100, 200%. We'll throw some of those on at some point today before the end of the day. And we'll go and have a great weekend. You don't have to worry about them. Even where we are right now, we can trade up to 450, 460, and I'd still be comfortable knowing that more than likely we're going to print those put spreads at some point. Watching some calls come in right now on Oxy. April 22nd, 62C.
President Biden just acknowledging that they are making a decision now on whether or not they'll be sending a high-level official to the Ukraine. We did see some reports of that earlier in the session and recently that they would be sending some high-level personnel to the Ukraine here at some point.
An interesting trade just came in. TLT, June 17th, 130C. I wanted to talk about this yesterday, too. I think I talked about it briefly the other day, but you should be considering longing bonds at this point. I don't know if I posted that on Twitter last night, but you should start to consider a trade in TLT. The ratio for I believe it's TLT. I believe is it TLT and HYG. That ratio right now is at a place where it's at resistance on a downward channel, and which implies that we are at a bottom for TLT, a localized bottom for TLT. We should see a bounce and not a relief bounce. I heard someone say we're due for a relief bounce on TLT, and I disagree. It's not a relief bounce. You're going to see a reversal in TLT, and I posted some of that stuff earlier in this week, but even though we sold off yesterday in TLT, I said we talked about yesterday putting on some call spreads for June, and someone just bought $577,000 in June 17th 130C. We're currently at 121, so we'll take a look at that spread as well for June. I think if you want a safer trade and you're a bull, to consider the TLT trade as we move into summertime. Also watching more Oxy calls roll through the door. It looks like the oil trade is being kept alive. April 14th, 60C, $13,000. But the TLT trade, I think, is finally here. I think even if we traded down to that 110, I think we tagged. The other day I posted 120 and then one. What did I post down here the other day? Let me take a better look at this. Yeah, we're at that lower bound. So let me show you what I charted out the other day. Was a buy the dip down here. buy anything down here. I talked about, and if we can get down to 1.6, I think 116 was the lower bound. I don't know why it's not here, but going back in time, this seems like the place. I also on Twitter talked about how you'll have a capitulation moment, and we're having those capitulation moments right now. You can see them. You can actually see it in the volume as well. Capitulation move. If we can get it down to like 120, 116, somewhere in here, I think that you're going to see. It's a trade that you put on, you don't look at for the next couple months. I think you're going to see a beautiful run. This would be more like out here. But you're going to see a beautiful run back up here, this 130. I think that's a great trade. June 17th, 130 Cs. I think it accounts for continued selling and weakness, and I think it'll still print for you. So just keep this trade front and center if you're worried about going long something. I know that I've heard a lot of people saying that TLT should continue to sell off. That's not true. That is technically not true. We are at support, or anywhere from here to like 116, we're at support. Let's see here for a minute. Just a second here. Check out the hero indicator. Just neutral on the hero indicator this morning. And do we still have that spot gamma thing? No, we're just gone. I think that's it. So keep your eyes on TLT, keep your eyes on Oxy, keep your eyes on BNO and USO for that Russia news. They're going to ban oil imports from Russia to France, I believe. And oil is getting a bid right now. USO is still being bid in right now. Matter of fact, they spiked after that report. So there's that spike that came in on USO on that news that they're going to ban Russian oil. So that this is USO, not BNO. BNO probably is experiencing the same thing right now. As we talked about BNO just a few moments ago. Nice little face ripper right here after that news from Trade the News on oil. So BNO was a good trade. USO, another good trade. And start to consider TLT. And we'll start at some point. I'm going to take a quick break. And what I'm going to do is come back. It's 12 o'clock in the afternoon, so I'm going to grab a quick bite to eat. And what we're going to do is we're going to look at the second half of the afternoon. We're going to look at some put spreads for next week that we can place those trades and see if we can catch some prints into next week. Did anybody buy put spreads yesterday up at 445? By the way, I'm wondering. I know that we talked about them yesterday. They should already be printing right now, right? For where we are in the market. Oh, that would be dope. If I can't wait for Elon to sell his Twitter shares. Hopefully he does it all at once. That'd be hilarious. Halloween shareholder told Elon to fuck off on his Twitter purchase. That's hilarious. You don't like the ads on Reddit? Yeah. SpotCam only talks about open to close price, not intraday. Let's see if 90% of content read is there by foreign government spam. All right, let's see what you guys are talking about over there. Yeah, I like the XLU trade's been awesome. Give me a second here. Tesla. Look at that just slow drift, and look at this just slow drift in Twitter. The moment they figured out they weren't having that meeting, it was just like, fuck this. Just fucking, you're just gonna, this is terrible to watch right here. I'm so glad I fucking sold. So I bought right down in here. I fucking bought this dip down in here, and they went to like 52 cents or something. There was like 2 bumps, and I was like, I'm out. I'm taking money and running. I think this was right at 10 a.m. too. We'd squeeze, we squoze higher. And it actually, I said I was going to buy some puts up here, and I didn't. I was trying to get the stream set up. I didn't have time to buy puts up here because I wanted to trade both sides of that trade. I wish I had bought puts up here, and I didn't. But I didn't know anything about the meeting being moved to after hours. That sucks. If you bought calls and held in here, that fucking sucks. Especially that news saying they're not going to have a decision. They're not going to have a fucking decision is hilarious. You got some 0-day put spreads at the high there, but fumbled them. Yeah, I was trying. The reason I was what my thought. I posted this stuff on Twitter this morning. My thought process was before at like between 9:30 or so. I was like, well, I figured this would happen here. I'm like, I know everybody's gonna buy calls right at the fucking bell. I was like, right in here. I'm like, I know they're gonna buy calls right off the gate, and every fucking time we drop. So we dropped down here. We started to settle around here. And I was like, man, we come into this. I'm like, we're gonna squeeze in at 10 o'clock. If this meeting's there's some people are posting that the meeting was at 10, and I'm like, there's no fucking way anyone's gonna risk being short here. It's just not worth. It's just not worth it. So I figured, we'd squeeze up into that meeting starting, and we squeezed up into here, and they went from like 30. I think no, I bought them for 32 cents, and I sold them for 52 cents. And I was like, we kind of just fucked around in here, and I'm like, I'm out. Fuck this. I'm out of here. And I took my money and I started getting the stream ready. And I'm like, oh, we'll day trade this. I'm like, I bet when I come back, it's fucking just grinding up. And I come back or I get out and I'm like, why are we going down over here? And I'm talking to you guys about Twitter, and I'm like, why does it just keep fucking trailing off? So I'm like, I get on Twitter here, and I'm like, oh shit, that fucking meeting's at fucking 2 o'clock. It's been moved to 2. And dude, people are posting that they weren't posting Eastern Standard Time or Pacific Time. And of course, I finally found it. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So, dude, if you buy calls in here, unless something gets leaked, you're fucked. This is going to grind out all the positions today. You're going to get fucked in here today. It's going to get ugly. Let's take a look at if it's bullish here. Nah. 440.49. Let's take a look. Hair indicator slightly down. Or that's 850 on the hair indicator. Let's take a look and see. Let's go looking down and see if the SPY has some support. Looks like it has some support, relevant support. Maybe it could trade down to 439.50, somewhere down in here. Yeah, you can see it up in here. There's still some buyers down here. 438 has some buyers. Probably the deepest we go is 438 if you wanted to grab some puts. I don't think we get down to 435. I am watching some puts come in though right now. Oh, heads up too. So we'll tag this. I gotta talk about what's coming in right now. Let me see here. I'm watching some puts are coming in right now too. Let's look here. Let's see if we can find a nice bounce. Maybe a price target of 438 before the buyers step in. 438. Could see that. Watching oil go up right now. Watching rates go up right now. Also interesting. So I'm watching some SPY puts come in. April 14th, 440p. At some point, people are gonna start buying puts for or farther dated out. So you're seeing 414, right? These are for today. 414, 440p, $90,000. QQQs 418, 338p. $800,000. When you start, we talked about if you start to see more puts come into the market, we can trade lower than our expected range. So we are starting to see that stuff come in. But it really neat right now is the TLT trade. Now watching a second trade on TLT. June 17th, golden ticket, 120C for $1 million. I'm going to look and see how many trades that come in for TLT at this point. We haven't seen much action in TLT lately. So you see $1.6 million on TLT. If you guys are in Discord, take a look real quick at the options flow so you can follow along with me. So TLT, June 17th, 120 and 130 Cs. We haven't seen a lot of action on TLT with big money. So that's at $1.6 million. Some other neat ones in here. You guys want to watch this stuff for sure. SPX, we've got a $90 million call, 4425. That's for September 16th. 4425 for $90 million. Just got bought. Matter of fact, it wouldn't shock me to see if that's Jamie Dimon and JPM. That would not surprise me. It wouldn't shock me if that was JPM doing that. We also have $10 million on Zoom calls. That's for June 17th, 105C for $8.3 million. And July 15th for 100C. That's probably Winky doing that for $1.9 million. So a big bid in SPX, a big bid in Zoom. $4.6 million on Nike, spread around September 16th for 135C, and then April 29th for 127C. That's a pretty big bid, right? $90 million in SPX, $10 million on Zoom, $5 million on Nike. Then we have $2 million on KO.
Crude futures have extended gains and are now in positive territory above 104.50 in the wake of that latest report on the EU gradually moving towards a phased-in ban of Russian oil.
KO has a bid for $1.9 million. Strikes for January 20th, 2023, 65C, $1.5 million. Tesla has some call buying coming into it. It's been slowly building throughout the day. It's probably betting against the deal going through. TLT never sees calls. Hasn't seen calls in some time, and there's a bid in there for a couple $1 million, $1.6 million. SE, a favorite. I know some of you guys trade SE all the time. This is for SE for C. January 20th, 130C for $1.5 million. Let me see if there's anything else interesting in here. Dish has calls May 20th, 32.5C for $1.1 million. This is another big one here. STLD, that's Sierra Tango Lima Delta. January 19th, 2024, 100C for $1 million. What else is interesting in here? VERU, lots of calls, strikes, 15C, dated for today. I haven't checked that one at all today. I wasn't paying attention to VERU. I haven't looked at it at all. It looks like day traders are in there. That's another good one right there. And then Twitter, of course. Twitter call buying $400,000 this morning. What trade was this morning? Let me look up what else. BBIG got some call orders coming on it. And let's look at the put side. MMM, $1.2 million in puts. June 17th, 150P for $1.2 million. Upstart, May 20th, 85P, $1.2 million. VTI, $1 million bet, June 17th, 225P. Twitter, $1 million against Twitter. Bunch of puts. Damn, someone bought puts on BP this morning or this afternoon. October 21st, 30 and 29P for $700,000. MAR, I think that's Marriott, I'm not sure. January 20th, 2023, 160P for $700,000. Wix has some puts on it. June 17th, 90P for $570,000. And a mixed bag with like Tesla and Nvidia, small money. Etsy, JKS, Apple. I don't see any others. Okay, we'll go back over here. USO, BNO, cranking. Just blasting off on USO and BNO. We'll take a look at USO and BNO and see if this is a top. Look at BNO as well. Still more buyers of oil. Found support again. Support at 78.20. Currently trading at 78.51. They could keep going. There is some volatility here above. Price target 79.90. $80. We're already at 78.57. Price target on USO $80. We'll look at BNO next. We can get this up here. More sellers on BNO than USO. A second here and look closer here. A lot of volatility in BNO. This might have been being shorted. I like the USO trade better than I like the BNO trade. Oh, right there. Price target on BNO is 32.50. You could possibly squeeze it to $34. Yeah, right there, 32.50. But I like the trade better on USO than I do on BNO. My assumption is that there was some shorts that got squeezed in BNO. Still just kind of puttering along here in the SPY, right? Just testing lower bounds now at 440.21. Take a look down here and see if there's anything down here. See, you can just be careful. Excuse me. Be careful down here at 439.80. Looks like there's some buyers just hiding out. You see this red mark right here? Some hidden buyers down below here. If there's a break or a rug pull down on SPY, next stop is 438. There's a little bit of traffic in here, but not too bad. But I don't like this down here for a breach. You can see them even on the right hand side. The buyers are just waiting right here. So you might get a squeeze at some point. See that red mark right there? You can see it right there hiding out at 439.84. Keep an eye on this one right here. $439.87 or so, somewhere in there. Might be placing a trade here. Hold on. We'll see if we get a reaction here or not. can see this red line right here, and then down below here at 438. What you want to be looking for on the right-hand side is if this big green wave here, if it shoots down and gets slimmer, right? If there's a rug pull. We'll see if we'll get the rug pull or not, or a reaction. Hair indicator's turning negative right now. Wish I had bought put spreads on the SPY. Wish I had time this morning. I'm kind of pissed off that I didn't. You know what I get caught up in sometimes? This happens to me. Like, we'll come into a bottom, and I'll be like, all day long, I'll be like, oh yeah, I'm going to buy my call spreads for the month down here. I get wrapped up buying zero dates, and I forget to fucking buy my call spreads too. Like, I'm not, like, don't have the time to put the call spread on, and then, like, the day passes, and I remember, I'm like, shit, I didn't get my call spreads when I was down there. I was fucking around with zero dates. I feel like I did that yesterday to the close, and I feel like I did that at the open this morning. Like, I had two perfect opportunities to buy put spreads, and I didn't buy them. I didn't take my own advice. I was too busy giving other people advice. So I'm just kind of fucking swinging my dick out here, begging and hoping that we get back up to 450 or 445 today. I got my trigger finger on some 441Cs too. If this doesn't break, I'm going to look for a squeeze higher. Kind of pissed off here. Take a look at the take a look at the chart. Just keep an eye on the chart right here. See where we are. You got another little flag that showed itself here, right? Fucking day traders. So we'll see what happens here. See if we can get a counter trade going on. Seeing some call buying on the Qs. April 20th, 340C, $455,000. It's an interesting trade. Someone bought Twitter calls. This is unusual. I wouldn't expect this. So I'm looking for this kind of stuff here. Like, so someone bought Twitter calls May 6th, 50C, high algo score. Not really high, but not to be expected. And it's shit like this that I'm looking for. Like, why is somebody buying May 6th 50 C's for $100,000? Like, it's abnormal. Like, if you're looking at Twitter today, you'd be like, nah, I'm not buying shit. Until we get closer to the bell. So just give a heads up on that one. May 6th 50 C. I wouldn't expect anybody to be buying calls today on Twitter at this point, with knowing that. I'm gonna search that real quick. I want to look to see if there's any new news on Twitter we don't know about. CFRA downgrades Twitter after Musk offer. Here's why. And the website for this is Billionaire Club, something.com. Twitter will hold an all-hands meeting, employees at 2 p.m. Pacific time. Discuss Musk offer. That was 1 hour ago. Let me reset this whole thing here. People are scheming that if they buy enough Twitter calls, they can pump the price to $100, forcing Elon to buy them out at that price as long as they don't sell. Twitter acting very strange. Twitter squeeze coming to $100. I don't know about that. Who are these crazy motherfuckers out there? Is there something going on with Twitter that I don't know about? I gotta look at Twitter real quick. Someone's drinking the Kool-Aid. Oh, it's squeezing a little bit right now. It's squeezing a little bit. Somebody bought Twitter calls. A lot of Twitter calls. There's a little bit of a squeeze there, but ain't nothing major. It went from like $45 to $46.11. Let's see what they're. Twitter shareholder Saudi Prince Alaweed. Did he tweet that himself? Twitter back to green up 0.67%. This happens. Twitter under Elon would sue. If number 4 happens, then Twitter under Elon would sue Apple and Big Tech for anti-competitive monopoly actions. It would be an epic legal battle. You guys fucking love the soap opera. That's fucking. I love the soap opera. I do too. I shouldn't say I don't. The fucking stock market is like a fucking soap opera. Is the Saudi prince's tweet unethical and undue influence? I always like people are like, you can't do that, but then they just did it. People are calling Twitter a public utility. Fucking crazy town. Look at this here. They got a live. Someone posted a live shot of employees on their way to Twitter HQ, and it's all the fucking trolls. Hilarious. A little bit of a curve higher on a little bit of a curling up, a little bit of squeeze on and a bounce, I guess you could call it, down here on Twitter. Nice trade on oil. On USO and BNO. SPY's still kind of fucking around down here, not doing too much, right? I was thinking about taking a trade down here, a bounce trade. I haven't entered it yet. I was thinking about buying some in the money, 441 Cs. So I'm going to take a quick break. It's 12:37. I'm going to take a 20-minute break, get some lunch, and I'll come back with you. I'm not expecting any big power moves in SPY. Still not expecting any big power moves. If you think we're going to continue to trade down and below into the close here, there's some pretty big SPX puts coming out right now. So if we could trade down here, maybe. I'm still waiting to pick up my my put spreads. Hopefully I can get some of those today above here. If I miss the trade, I miss the trade. I'll be fine with no trades into the weekend. It's Easter, a nice 3-day weekend. So let me know in the chat what you guys are doing. Hello, Sirwin Pump. Not until I'm done getting my sandwich. Then we'll pump it. Always doubting. Always doubting. Don't be doubting. Just relax. Chill. It's Chill Friday. You got wait till summertime comes. When summertime comes, man, we're gonna have days where we're gonna do all kinds of other shit. We're gonna do classrooms and shit. We're gonna have some slow ass days in the summer months. Be trading fucking butterflies and condors and Clorox and stuff. Screaming at the screen. What's that down there? Yeah, that's the same place. 438 down here. Looks like the buyers stepped up from 438. Try to buy this bottom. Those buyers right there. And there's more buyers right here. You can see them hiding right here, 438. See if this holds. If it doesn't, next price target 438. If 440 can't hold, price target below 438. I'll leave this up while I'm gone, so you can see 438 down here. There's a wave of sellers coming on right now. They're trying to get that lower bound at 438. Price target 438 at this point. You can see the wall of sellers over here on the right hand side. They're trying to break support. I'll be right back. I'm just going to take a quick break, and I'll get back with you here in the next 20 minutes. I'll be back by 1 p.m. Hey, one more thing. Just want to give a shout out to Richard Bruch for supporting the channel, and also 777 Constantinos. Thanks for subscribing. I appreciate it.
On the North American trade front, seeing a report that Mexican truckers have ended their initial border blockade and are now shifting elsewhere.
Just going to stop in here for a minute and just show that price target down below is still 438. Take a look at it down here. Right here. Dude, fucking USO and fucking BNO still cranking, right? BNO not as much. We thought that would happen, but USO just keeps blasting towards $80. Just pinstriked at 78.87. Also, still watching the creepy crawly here on the SPY. We'll see if it can just slowly drag its ass down to 438. It's a little bit of a bump in the road right here. You can see these buyers stepping in down here. As you can see down here, this is where the buyers really are. You can see this is weak support. It's a little bit better support down in this area, 438.60-ish. Buyers still waiting down even farther below down. This is actually not yeah, it's 438 right on the button.
Reminder at the top of the hour, we got the Baker Hughes rig count data. So 30-year Treasury yield hitting its highest level since May 2019, 2.928%.
There are a ton of Twitter
data.
calls coming in right now. Shit tons.
Seeing U.S. rig count up 4 to 693.
Watched that unusual call activity earlier. Now seeing SPX calls come in, Twitter calls, more Oxy calls, but substantial Twitter calls coming in right now. So I don't know if there's any news coming out. I just made myself some lunch.
Oil rig count up 2 at 548. Natural gas rig count up 4 at 143.
Definitely on Twitter, the meme pumpers are just out of control on Twitter right now. I don't know why. I don't know if I'm not finding any news yet that I can see that I'm seeing that any reason for it, but and it's pretty crazy right now. I'm reading some of the shit that's being posted on Twitter about the Twitter deal. It was absolutely fucking batshit insane. So I'm eating my lunch and I'm looking through the fucking Twitter posts on Twitter, right? I swear to fuck, it looks like stock twits. That's how fucking crazy it is. USO now trading to 79.16. We're gonna put a price target on for $80. BNO looks like it keeps trucking along, just slower. I think we put a price target of 32 on that. Quick bounce on the SPY, but still have that price target down below 438. Still looking for that price. Looks like the buyers are still down there. We'll take a closer look and see if they're down there. Yeah, they're still hiding out down here at 438, 437.98. Some more, another band of buyers in here at 439. Really weird trading today. Well, I'm watching individual tickers, and then of course, Twitter. Twitter looks like just a big pump and dump scheme for the rest of today. Take another look around here and see what I can see. Twitter rolling over slightly now, but they had a little. Someone grabbed the dip down here. We saw that one set of calls come in earlier. That those unusual calls that came in. They came in at 12:58 p.m. No, wait a minute, not 12:58. They came in earlier than that. You see where the first set came in. The first unusual options came in at looks like 12:46 was the first set that came in. Nope, it was at 12:22. Yeah, I remember this now. It was at 12:22 this afternoon right here. I'll show it to you here. So at 12:22 we alerted on some calls that came in on options.ai. It was the first set, and they came with they were blue highlighted. They were May 6th 50C for $112,000. Looks like it was a pretty decent print on that trade. And then we, of course, got more calls that came in later on, but a little quick pump. If we see this roll again and we see another batch of calls come in, we'll pay attention to it. It's unusual in one respect. This could just be, though, day traders, meme pumpers. I was looking through Twitter posts on Twitter, and it's a fucking shit show. Plain and simple. Another thought process, too, would be that banks might have wanted to get out of their shorts down below here, let's say, and then take it long. Could be adding fuel to the fire to a higher trade into the close today as well. Combination of those kind of things. Just be aware of this trade right here, because we still have lots of calls rolling in on it even now. Maybe not. Last set was at 103, so 9 minutes ago. Consolidating right now. Some pretty big fucking moves right here. And I come back on screen here. I was able to make my daughter made some pasta, and I made some cacio e pepe. I don't know if you guys ever eat that stuff, but it's very good. Put me in a food coma. Like a nice, like, small bowl of cacio e pepe. It's excellent. If you've never had it, it's worth it. So let's take a look. SPY looks like it's trying to regain some traction here. Trying to find some kind of a bottom. But we've seen this happen already. This is like the inverse of yesterday, right? We saw, it's like just like inverse of yesterday, right? An attempt to go higher, failure, right? We're trading out of range at this point. We were down, I think, at one point at 0.80%, so that's outside of the implied move for today. Just kind of burning down here. Looks like the same thing's taking place again down here, right? Looks like we're getting another one of these bear flags up here. For possibly another drop down. I don't know if we go down here, up here. I'm not too interested in this trade at all today. I've made my money right off the fucking bell, to be honest with you. And I'm still looking to get some put spreads. I'm hoping I can get them somewhere up in here towards end of day. Hold on one second here. We got like session disconnected. Weird shit going on here. Okay. So it looks like every time we consolidate, we're just selling off, consolidate, selling off, consolidate, selling off. Still valid price target down below 438 down here. So if we can get another trade down below, might be another good trade for you to take. My concern is always the squeeze. There was a little bit of a squeeze in here. I don't like these squeezes. I don't like getting trapped in here. So I have no interest in this. If it was a spread, I'd be interested in this, but I missed the trade up here this morning. So I'm just gonna bide my time to the end of the day. If I don't get a spread on today, then I'm fine with waiting until Monday. Last thing, though, I will do with you guys today at some point is we'll start taking a look at some spreads for next week. It's probably isn't the best place to be looking at them, so I'm hoping we can get up here again, and then we'll look at putting on some spreads for Friday expiry, Monday expiry, and then out to May and then June as well. I don't think I'll be looking at June, but like late May, after the 20th, 18th or so.
That's the anniversary repo operation. 79 counterparties taking $1.71 trillion.
That was a neat little Twitter trade, though. Oil trade is banging. USO trade starting to roll over now at 79.34. We'll take a look at oil or at USO real quick, see if it can continue up or not. See if it's resting or if it did get that hard rejection up there, if the sellers came down below. It's pretty close to a pinstrike. Horseshoes and hand grenades. I don't know if you can get hero indicator on this one, but we'll see. I don't think there's a hero indicator on USO. Yeah, you can see it right up here. So figure, sellers are swooping down, I'm assuming at some point, right? At this $80 mark. There might be one more push here you can get. Still more buyers than sellers. So you might get a you might get some kind of another push higher. Looks like right there. See if we can get another bounce. I think I want to say the $80 is still viable. Probably what'll happen is you'll test it a couple more times, and feed into some sellers coming down from above. VWAP's at 78.76. Snap a line at 78.76. It's pretty low. That's how far down VWAP is. But I still think we try to tag, or at least if you've got sellers above here, still a long way to go still for oil. Even with that huge move, still a ways to go. Kind of wild looking at this right now. But we can still see the grind higher happening. So $80 price target. It is a big sell area above, just so you know. You'll see sellers come down and feed into this here. But you got another, I don't know what that is, 60 cents or so, 70 cents to go. There's a little bit of support right here. That's why I stopped that a little tiny bit of support right here. You guys can see it. There's another level of support right here. So we'll see right there. There's a little bump right here. A little bump right there. Right there. Right there. Maybe a little bit higher. We'll take a look on Bookmap and see exactly where it's at. So we tagged 7902. Let's take a look and see. There's a little bit of support right here. You see it here at 7902. And down here at 70, maybe snap a line at 7822. Firmer support. Here's that VWAP. That's 78.79. I still like to trade $80. It'll feed into sellers, so they'll probably try to tap it once or twice more. Not always, but sometimes you'll get a couple taps, couple retests for sellers to come down. You can see them hiding up here. Also, take note that hero indicator is turning green on the SPY. And you got a lot of buyers in here, too, real money buyers. You can see the green, all nice green balls setting up. Oil's making that other stab forward again. Try to make that move up to 80 again. Another retest down here. 439. This is where that support was previously. 439.76 or so. Real money's still down below at 438 on the SPY. And VIX is kind of just fucking around, basing itself, right? Just fucking around 2085.
Tesla CEO Musk now appearing at the TED conference live.
So we'll see if we can get Elon Musk. See if we can put Elon Musk on. Nice little bull flag there on Tesla. Or excuse me, on Twitter. See where all the buyers were trapped on. Somewhere in here we got some trap buyers. So we know we got some trap buyers probably stuck in here. And probably have some trap buyers stuck up in here. Right about here. Remember it first rolled over. This bump right here is where I sold. So I'm going to expect some selling from people that are just, pumping it right now, trying to get out of their fucked up calls that they're in. They got trapped over here. If that happens and they have to wear out some of these buyers, I want to say when I bought there were 20,000 calls on that 50C or so. I don't know what's in there right now. I haven't checked, but it's probably going to be some sellers coming in this area here. This might be a good short too. The other thing to think about if you want to get bullish again on Twitter would be to look for those sellers to be worn out. So that'd be your consolidation area. Once they're worn out, you can make a move higher on Twitter. Yes, I'm watching Musk right now on TED Talk. He's directly talking about Twitter right now. He said that he's not sure he'll be able to acquire it. Musk just said I could fucking technically afford it, no problem. Buying it. You guys all watching this right now? He's serious. Are you guys watching this out there? It's on YouTube. Just type in Musk TED live. Huge sell-off in Twitter currently. Just look at that. Bam. That might have been on him saying that he didn't know if the deal would go through. We'll bring up Twitter on Bookmap. We'll pay attention to this because it can get fiery. We'll let it load up here. Yeah, definitely pay attention to what he's saying. He's saying a lot of shit right now, for sure. I mean, I haven't looked at the at Tesla either. I want to see the Tesla. What Tesla's doing? Not much. No, not much reaction in Tesla, like we're getting in Twitter right now. It's real light support right here. You see how light this support came in right here at 45? Down that dip, lots of dip buyers stepping in down here too. Man, sellers just crazy above. Not much support here. Day trader support, I'd call this. I mean, big boom, big buyers stepped in here, but still dangerous. I might buy some calls. Hold on. Just meme pumping. See 47.50 here. Let's take a look at sellers are now at up here. The sellers are way up here. 47.50 is where they are. This is 47.50 here. Isn't that this is where the first sell came in right here? It's at 46.94. But dude, there's no like, if you look here, there's nothing holding this up. All the way down to 45. So it's a tough call. Calls flow. See the calls just breaking off here. And the support is showing it at 45 flat, way down here. So it wouldn't be nothing for this to break this this plane right here. And actually trade all the way down to 45. Not out of the realm. Global Plus. I use Global Plus. I use the expensive one. No, I can look at any chart that I want. The Global Plus has more to do with the data that you're receiving. I think I could be wrong on this, but I think that the Global Plus pulls data from 3 major indexes, or not indexes. I'm using the wrong word. What the fuck am I trying to say here? But it pulls data from 3 different. I think it's 3 different exchanges in the U.S. and in foreign exchanges too. I think is thrown in there too. When Tesla went into the SP 500, you tweeted, "Congrats, Elon! Don't say anything stupid. You could crash the market." My account was blocked for 12, 24 hours. No shit, huh? Yeah, at Quinn Invest, he talks often too about the clunkiness of Twitter, and TweetDeck was kind of abandoned. How much more it could be improved. So just technically, Twitter could use some work done there too. You see, we're already testing this little support here, but real support. I mean, it's like a black pulled straight down to 45. Believe it or not. You can see it right here in the hero indicator. Plus, I pay for this too. I think the hero indicator cost me another fucking $79 or $150. They fucking Bookmap is that brutal. Like you have like pay for this, pay for that, pay for this. See that steep sell off here, or calls falling off here, right? And even support here is pretty fucking weak. Even at 45, it's weak. If we break through 45, next stop, man. In reality, 42. There's first stop right there, 45. We bounced before on 45.20, I think. 45.21, slightly above it. He's asking about editing tweets. You can go back in. Let's say you ask a question, then you change the wording. I guess stock pumpers would love that, right? They could go back in and say, I said this and I didn't say that. If you watch some of these guys on Twitter, these stock gurus and shit, they delete their tweets, right? If you go into their profile, you'll see that they delete tweets constantly. They don't want it out in public what their history was. Got SPY reclaiming 440. Holy shit! You just called the SEC bastards. Saying that he was forced to admit that he lied to save Tesla's life, but he actually didn't. He's being quite candid right now. Watching calls come in on Starbucks, SBS Bucks, May 20th, 85C, almost $400,000. XLE, more calls coming in. June 16th, 100C for $320,000. Tesla's catching a bid currently right now on what he just discussed. Had some pretty sell-offs in these moves here. We'll load Tesla up too. Look at Tesla next. We talked about this morning, whether you agree or disagree with Tesla or Elon Musk. We talked about this morning, right? Different CEOs and their compassion and passion for for what they're involved in. Oh, that's important to note. He said he won't go higher in his price. This might be why Tesla's getting a bid again, too. There's Plan B saying he doesn't want to disclose it. Price target 995. Maybe we can get up to 995 here. A little bit of a resistance on VWAP. But other than that, we can look towards big sellers aren't even here till 995. Could possibly even take it back to 1,000. Good support down here at 980. If you just chart that out right there, looks like 1 bounce, 2 bounce. Price target here. $9.95. Little bit of volatility here, but not much. It looks like you can make 1,000 here. That does make sense. Where all the traps, there's some trap sellers here and trap sellers over here. Also, SPY squeezing higher now, reaching out for 44.83. Tesla blasting off. SPY blasting off. We'll watch Tesla briefly here. Make sure Tesla can get up to 995 here. Kind of the same action though, right? I'm watching the hero indicator here. It's like boom, pushes with calls, right, and then steep drop off. Another push for calls, almost like there's some insecure buyers in here. This is all day trader shit, I think. I could be wrong, but we've seen the same thing in Twitter earlier. Tesla now trading up to 991.50. Looking to reach out and smack that 995. Twitter, some weird action, right? You got that rip high here, right? Quick snap higher. One of his high frequency trade
firms saying that exorbitant price increases are due mostly to global energy and forex instability.
Looks like they're shifting the conversation back to Tesla. Tesla fans must be happy. Looks like you can't buy it if the price rises in Twitter. So maybe Twitter gang should pump up Twitter. If they pumped up Twitter.
Erdogan promising they'll raise penalties for those who unfairly hike prices in Turkey.
I mean, look at this right here. This is amazing action. Look at this price action right here. Boom and boom. Like right down here. Just look at that. It's like in 2 minutes, under a minute. moved from almost right down below to that $45 and a snap higher to 46.90.
Ukraine's French embassy
Insane
planning to return to
action.
Kyiv from the western city of Lviv in Ukraine. Seen some other European embassies return to Kyiv in the last week.
See if Tesla can reach up. Be careful in here. I didn't see this earlier, but there's some resistance here at 993. Big resistance, though, is at 995. We might bounce here and then try to attack 995 next. Might find a little bit of resistance in here. You know what I mean? Just like oil did a little bit ago. You come up here, a quick bounce down below, trade sideways in a bull flag, and then make another attack for 995 on Tesla. No big sellers till 1,000. So I don't think 1,000's off the table. If they can get up there, we'll run out of some runway today. It's already 1:48 in the afternoon. We've got another, we've got some time. We've got till probably 3 o'clock, at least another hour, maybe half an hour, maybe 2:30 to get up there to 1,000. I'm still interested in this Twitter trade. Watching this Twitter consolidation in here could get wild in here. Twitter or Tesla, just blasting off. Doesn't even give a flying F about 993. Knocking on the door of 995 currently. Basically straight up on Tesla right now. Boom. Look at that. Just ripping. Tesla just blasting. Moonshot tagging 995.40. Straight the fuck up. Look at that. Bam. Look at that move. Tag. Boom, Tesla. Right on. No fair on Tesla. Next price target 1,000 on Tesla. Tesla. The assumption would be that if the price of Twitter is too high, he said, I'm not paying it, right? And he said he's got plan B. We don't know what that is. He won't talk about it. Just slammed into 995 on Tesla. Gorgeous trade. Next stop, 1,000. You start squeezing some of these bears up here. Let's see where else we can go, how high we can go. 1020. That's where it started, right? 1020. Bulls yesterday were like, hey, let's go for 1050. Bulls were pissed this morning on Twitter. I was up this morning at like 3, 4 o'clock this morning. Fucking Twitter or Tesla bulls went out in fucking force. Raging pissed this morning. They were long looking for 1050 today. If that deal is falling through, it looks like the market's saying the deal is falling through. The market's saying the deal is falling through by Elon Musk commentary. If that's the case, there should be an in-kind rebound. We talked about that this morning, right? If the deal falls through, you'll see a counter trade. I don't know if you want to call it counter, but another trade back into Tesla, right? If Twitter sells off, which it is right now, and Tesla, of course, is trading higher, right? We said if you're a bear on Twitter, maybe you should long Tesla. Tesla now trying to beat past 995 and make an attack for 1,000. Short covering on Tesla probably too is helping this along as well. $1,000's not hard. The only question in here is wearing out sellers, right? Outside of that, though, 1,000. Next stop 10.10, and ultimately it's 10.20. We all know that, right? Get back to 10.20. That's where the big, trap buyers are, up in here. Right here, right? Buyers are like, fuck it, we're going in for 10.50 for Friday, close out the week strong. Some pretty big fucking consolidation in here as well, right? Huge consolidation in Tesla. I mean, 10.20 is really not that high. And on a grander scale, it really isn't. Somewhere in there. That was a great trade right there. View up on Tesla, 989.69, 985.05. You want to see Tesla hold this 985. You don't want to see it drop below here. It's important that it holds 995 so it can make that attack to 1,000. Otherwise, you're going to see a trade back to 990. Maybe even 985.37. That same support down here at 45, but I'll tell you what, if they think the deal's going to fall through, you will see that. You'll still see Tesla go up, and you will see Twitter go down. I mean, we know that, right? We talked about that earlier. View up on SPY is at 441.47. Here are indicators off the fucking charts right now for SPY as well. Here indicators off the charts, positive. Still feeding into a lot of sellers here. Sellers are a little bit weak until about 441.80 or so. And that makes sense on the chart over here. That's a quick turnaround in the SPY. Quick turnaround. Excuse me. Quick turnaround in Twitter for a moment, of course. Indecision. It looked like shorts are trying to get some better positioning in Twitter, but Tesla, huge turnaround. Trapped the fucking shorts. Tesla definitely trapped some fucking shorts today. SPY making that rebound trade. Told you earlier that I wasn't willing to take a short on SPY because I didn't want to get trapped myself. I don't know if you got trapped or not. Not interested. So Tesla trading higher. Tesla now consolidating. SPY doing the same thing. Oil's just kind of consolidating, kicking around at that 79.54 now. You guys see this trade right here. We've been talking about this trade since what? Fucking 12 o'clock, right? Came from Trade the News. We saw this little bull flag down here, traded higher, snapped at 79.54, said it probably has more juice to get up to $80, feeding into sellers as it keeps bouncing around up here. That's USO. Keep calling it oil, but it's USO. BNO still trucking along. Call the top on that at 31 or 32. It's now trading at 31.58. Twitter, dude, I wanted to get on it. I wanted to get in, buy some Twitter, but I'm like, this shit's wild. Wild trading on Twitter right now. Just wild. That's nasty. I don't know who was wearing this, and if I had to guess, both Bears and Bulls are getting fucked up in here. I want nothing to do with this. I thought I wanted more of this, and I'm so grateful I'm not in this right now. This is hellacious. Look at that shit. Just buck wild in there. Like a rodeo. I don't even know how you trade this. This has got to be all high-frequency traders. And a bunch of fucking retail bag holders on both sides of that trade. Holy shit. Dar's about to break $80. I'm not seeing what some of you guys are. I'm going to go through what you guys are saying here. What's this best cams fun hot girls, boys? What the fuck is that shit? We got OPEX pre-holiday shenanigans all day. What's up with all the sex bots today? I just saw that shit for the first time. If anyone thought that Elon Musk was going to buy Twitter, it would be at least $52 right now. Yeah, from his TED Talk, it's putting more doubt on the deal going. I mean, it shows that he's serious in making the deal happen, but it also shows that he's not willing to pay more than $52 per share, right? Which is kind of important because if the deal is agreed to, that they're going to blast that fucking price to the moon, and then the deal will fall apart. So the whole thing kind of sounds fishy. Hey Tom, how are you doing? Tesla. Oh shit. Winky, RSX calls in January that expired today. I bet that's been on your mind, Winky, forever. Tesla. Elon Musk is the Willy Wonka of fraud. I long the wrong stock. His plan B is buy and title from JT. I was wondering if I was thinking about that. So I talked about a strangle earlier, or even a straddle. I mean, shit, both sides were fucking printed at one point today, right, on Twitter. Prism, that's laughable. Yeah, good to see you. It's good to see you, Tommy. Yeah, I saw that too. Winky was saying, "Did you have the cash? Is the funding secured?" And he said, "Yes." So there's a bunch of Twitter talk. Early this morning, there's a bunch of Twitter talk where he'll buy his stock back if the deal doesn't go through. You know, it's crazy, Winky, on those RSX calls. When that shit first happened, I'm like, oh, I'm going to go trade this. And I fucking missed the trade by like a half an hour, and I would have made bank. I'm so pissed. And what I wanted to do is I wanted to buy a bunch of shit, too, before it got shut down. Spy now blasting up. 441.31. Twitter just fucking around right now. Watching the Tesla hold on to 994, 995, looking to make a trade higher to 1,000. My guess is, right, that Tesla gang's pissed off. My other guess would be if you're shorting Tesla if I was shorting Tesla, I don't short Tesla ever. But if I was shorting Tesla, I would take away from that conversation that the deal's not going to happen for multiple reasons, right? The key point, though, is that Elon Musk is saying that he's unwilling to spend more than the $52 or whatever, 52 and change, 40 cents, whatever that shit is. And that if that's the case, right, it probably does prove some of the commenters have been saying today about the deal being fake. It lends some credence to that, right? Because you know what'll happen. I know what'll happen. You know if they okay the deal, that the fucking stock is going to go to the moon, and then he's not going to buy it, right? So if you were a Tesla bear shorting right now, you can pretty much guarantee the deal is fucking gone. The deal is over. There's just no way it'll fit. There's no way it'll happen. I guess unless he changes his mind. Unless he changes his mind and says, well, I'll pay the higher price now. But if it does blast off and they come to an agreement, he's saying, I'm not going to pay it. Just a market internals update for you. New York Stock Exchange volume is 391 million shares, 5% below its 3-month average. Decliners lead advancers 1.3 to 1. So we are getting we are getting some not rolling over in the market, even if the stock price is higher. Nasdaq volume 2.92 billion shares, 4% below its 3-month average. Decliners lead advancers 1.8 to 1. VIX is down 1.5 at 2150. Tesla now trading higher to 996.50. Gonna go up there and test that 1,000. I'll be honest with you. If the deal is done, right? Basically, the deal is fucking done, just by what he said. Then you're gonna expect Tesla to at least be attracted to 1,000 and make a run for 1,200. Those bulls want their fucking money back, right? And they want Elon to buy his fucking stock back wherever he had that 40 billion lying around. So if I was a bear, I'd be scared here, without a doubt. And the price target would be, I think it's a high price target at 1020, but we can get there. But my first price target, of course, is 1,000. The first one was 995, and then an attack for 1,000. But the bulls are going to want fucking 1,200. And the short was from 1,200. So if the deal is very variably, off the table, unless something we don't know, right? The deal is done. But it's not happening. I mean, you might get some more volatility if the deal is struck, but if Twitter fucking blasts off, he ain't fucking buying it. So, invariably, that shit's a done deal. It ain't happening. That's my take on it. I don't know what your take is out there on it. My take is the deal ain't ever going to fucking happen because they're going to blast the fucking price off, and it's going to go higher than $52. We know that. You know that. I know that. TED Talk's over. So you got SPY now trading at 44.99. Talked to this morning about if we trade higher into the close, I'm going to look to grab some SPY put spreads. So we'll start talking about those now. We're getting close, right? We're at 441.99. So 442, anywhere between here and 445. We said this yesterday. I'm going to say it again today, okay? So this yesterday, as we were coming into the close yesterday, we had this talk. We're going to have this talk once more. Hang tight. I'm going to bring this thing up here. Hang tight here. We're talking about putting on some protection if you missed twice now, right? Missed their opportunities to okay. So let's bring this over here. I don't actually place trades in this, but what I do use it for, I use this brokerage to set up trades for quick trades, right? If I'm like looking for some quick visuals on a trade that I'm going to take. This is a pretty shitty brokerage. I've tried it out a few times, and it kind of sucks placing trades. They don't execute well on this fucking brokerage, so I signed up for it. I was gonna run the contest on this fucking brokerage, but it fucking sucks. So, or the challenge, not the contest, but the challenge. So we're gonna look at some trades here, okay? We're gonna look at a 1 week trade. Bearish. So we're getting to that area, right? Between now and the close, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We're going to look at the 22nd. That's Friday, right? Generate some trades. And what am I looking here? We'll look at two of them. We'll look at a debt put spread and a credit call spread. These are basic, right? These are just basic, simple, starting out trades. We're going to edit these right here. We could trade up to 445, let's say, at the end of the day. We're not sure if we're going to, but if you want to take a safer trade, you probably take 445. You don't have to take this trade, but and we know the lower bound is probably 434. 430, excuse me. Right? We saw us bounce on 440 last week 3 times, right? So we'll look to capture all of it. See what it brings up. So just a 445, 430 put spread that expires this upcoming Friday, on the 22nd. $481 will net you $1,000. We can look at it here, and this is where we're trading currently, and we just have to close down here, right? And this will show your gains, right? Your what your gains are going to be. Your max gains $1,000 if we close down here. Especially, we need time to pass as well. So ideally, we'd like a Thursday we'd hit this. Probability of profits 44%. For next week, right? We'll get some profit in here. We'll get 600. We'll make $600 if we close. Where is that at? What's this price here? Let me take a look here. At 430, anything below 439.74, we're making money. That's pretty good heading into next week to Friday. Now the problem here is, do we trade higher and come down soon enough into next Friday? So we'll look at a Monday trade, for the 25th, right? Maybe they don't print 430 next week. Maybe it's the following week on that Monday. Some debit put spreads. We'll look at some other couple things here. We'll get a credit spread too. This is where we are. You can change this up, right? You don't have to actually execute this trade. You could wait to execute it to whenever you want to execute it. You can wait for the end of the day in case you get squeezed. 430, save the strike. It's pretty fair, right? 491 to make $1,000. Pretty fucking good. That's for Monday. We can look at a credit call spread if you want, right? 510 for 390, 441, 450. 450, 451. You're not risking a whole ton here. This is just time for Monday, right? That it closes. You could do this for Friday as well, but for $76 you make $24. Just saying that you're gonna close. You probably wouldn't want to make this for Monday. You'd want to make this for Friday. And as long as you close below, 450, you're going to make $23. 80% chance of probability of profit if you have a bearish outlook. The other thing I want to look at with you would be that May 18th or May 20th. Now, I remember Winky was talking about, like we've got the 18th, right? And there's a bunch of interest on the 20th. So what we'll do is we'll look at how about this? When's the FOMC meeting in May? Let me get a date on that. Let's get exact here, because you know what usually happens is sell the news, right? Let me see. FOMC meetings. Let me take a look here. 2022. So here it's saying what's the May calendar saying? May. Maybe they got an FOMC minutes on May 3rd and 4th. And then, do I get this wrong? I thought there was the meeting in like the 18th or the 20th. Do I have the dates wrong here? Am I smoking crack or something? Hold on here. Fed calendar. Do I have the wrong dates on this? I do both. I take tighter spreads. I usually only go like one strike out. I don't take like 10 strikes or anything like that normally. For me personally, I'm just trying to show you guys some examples here. Fed calendar. May. FOMC meetings. Submit. So I forgot about. I didn't know it was on the 4th. So we've got the meeting on the 4th. FOMC meeting, 2-day meeting, May 3rd and 4th. They have the minutes on May 3rd and 4th. So maybe I got this wrong. I'm fucking this all up, aren't I? May meeting sooner than I thought it was. I kept harping on the 18th, but it's the 4th. So I must be making a huge mistake here. Yeah, it's May 20th. Oh, the OPEX is on the 20th. That's what I'm thinking. I'm fucking this up right now. I'm talking to you guys. So you got an FOMC meeting on May 3rd and 4th. That's important to know. So we could get a push down into May 3rd and 4th. So let's look at that strike. May 2nd and 4th. That sucks. Maybe make it for the 4th. Generate some trades, or you'll get some volatility heading into May 4th, guaranteed. This is 441, 429. That's not a bad that's not a bad trade right there. 350 for 850. That's actually a good trade right where it's at. That's a really nice trade. I like that trade a lot. That's the FOMC meeting, which is Wednesday, May 4th. That's a banging trade right there. I don't know if I do 441. I might do like 445 or something. But 441, it puts some chew on that trade too. I like that trade. I like it where it's at. Maybe 430. I fucking like that trade right now. Forget May 20th. I like that trade right now. Then we got OPEX for May, right? We'll talk about OPEX. May 20th, right? We'll look at May 27th, too. Some nice sexiness in here, too. Not as juicy. 441, 424. I don't think we get there. Still not a bad trade, right? $300 for 764. It's pretty fucking good. I think, the good part about putting time on these trades too is you have to think about where we are currently. We're at 441 right now. It gives you time for us to trade higher and then come back down and hit that price target, right? It gives you a couple opportunities probably between now and the 20th to hit this. I don't think this is unreasonable. I don't think that's unreasonable. I am interested, though, more in the FOMC on the 4th than the OPEX on the 20th. I really am. I'm interested in May 4th. Because, dude, if they get that shit off once that volatility leaves the market, we could fucking go boom. Go crazy higher. I know OPEX is typically weak as well. Just like it was this week, right? And that is the 20th. And now they're talking about we're going to be weak next week, right? Going next week. So let's look at like Monday. Applied move is only 4%. I always like these too, these 440, 460 credit spreads. These are beautiful things too. Gives you room up here so you don't get fucked up, and then come back down here just over time. Do you think do you have a bearish viewpoint into OPEX for May? Do you think we'll be lower than 450 come May 23rd? Probably. It's pretty good, pretty decent trade. I always like credit spreads too because you can, if we trade higher at any point, you can cut one leg off and then ride it right back down for the rest of it.
WTI crude futures at the highs of the afternoon, 106.70 with less than 15 minutes now to the close of pit trading.
Bouncing around here. Made a nice little bounce up ahead.
US
Trying to get up
10-year
to that
yield near session
1,000.
highs as well at 2.827%, up about 13 basis points on the day.
And so what are we looking at here, right? We're looking at the SPY. SG's saying they expect some weakness into next week. And I was saying we should be able to get up here. You know, I would like to take a short. I'd prefer to take a short somewhere up in here. I might not get my wish. Their point is that we're gonna start fucking selling this into next week. And they're not saying we're getting a 420. They're saying that we're gonna. They're saying at any point today we're gonna roll this down into next week and get down here and start trading this zone down here next week.
Quarterly, Germany is considering securing additional floating liquid natural gas terminals.
You know, it's crazy too. Is if the FOMC meeting is in the 3rd. Let's say we start selling that. Let's say we just start selling and trading down here as we get closer. Or maybe my first thought was that would be weak into next week. If we can get weak into next week, that we would actually trade higher, right? I think I said that we'd trade higher to 450 or 460, and then come down for the 18th. But if it's on the 3rd over here, I mean, shit, we're probably not getting that high. Probably are not. This is all fucking leading into the 3rd, isn't it? Yeah. Shit could get nasty. We could just keep trading in here. This could get real fucking nasty. I don't think there's any way we're breaking out of this wedge with the meeting coming up in the 3rd. 13 days. I'm doubting it. If SG is saying we're going to be weak on Monday, or that's their expectation, even if we weren't weak, maybe we're weak and then we bust back up here and head into the 3rd, I guess, or something like. Well, maybe not that. We trade somewhere down in here and then to the 3rd. Capitulation move down in here. So I guess if I was going to put a put spread on, I'd put a put. If I gave you, if I was going to take, I'm going to take this trade with you today. At some point today, I'm going to take a trade for the 4th, and I'm gonna look for this zone here. In here. So I'll have at least one and a second chance at it, right? So this is like trying to account for us if let's say the trade actually goes up on Monday, I'm going to be looking for at least one shot at that put spread printing and then a second shot at that put spread printing. So see how I'm starting to think about this stuff for my own self, like what am I going to do here? I don't really care if I have a put spread on if we trade higher and then reject. If we do it on Monday and start selling off, it'll print. If I can buy some calls if we're going up here on Monday, Tuesday, and then I'll iron fist or diamond hand that put spread as my protection. And even if we don't come down here, I have a second shot at coming down here. into just the FOMC meeting will be enough. And the minutes come out right after it too. Let me look at that schedule real quick and see what the other the calendar also has. We have the minutes coming out too. I don't know if that's after or before. Let me take a look here. May FOMC minutes, board meetings. So we've got. Give me a second here. Look at this again. Yeah, May. What am I looking at? Submit. Hold on a second here. We also have so we have the FOMC meeting on the 4th, then we've got the FOMC minutes on the 25th of May. It's another vol day. So you could look for I think I want to take this spread. If it's on the 4th, I think we'll still get some volatility into the 3rd. So 2 shots at it. I'll take what I'll do is I'll put a trade on here today with you. I think regardless of where we go on Monday, Tuesday, regardless if we trade up on Monday, I think we have a shot at breaking below 430 or at least to 430 between now and the 4th. So let's look again. Let's get back over here. And let's look again at, let me bring up that options AI bullshit. Trade spy. So bring that over here. So we'll do 1 week. We'll do bearish. Put a date on it of May 4th. We're not going to hold it to May 4th because we usually know it's sell the news, right? Whatever volatility comes out of those meetings. Debit put spread. We're going to edit it. And we'll do a, 445. Hold on here. Save the strike. We'll do 430. And that's almost a 200% gainer. And that's a simple spread. That's not even a credit put spread. It's just a debit put spread. Basic, simple. Simple trade. That's a good trade. May 4th. That's the trade I'm going to put on at some point today. 445, 430p. Nice and wide. Gives me some time for it to print. I'll have 2 opportunities for this to print between now and the 4th. I talked both. I was just discussing both, but this one specifically is a debit put spread. It expires May 4th. It's a 430, 445. I think I have got a shot to make that print twice. Just based on economic calendar. Also based on SG saying they expect us to be weak. And it prints almost 200%. Think to yourself, how many trades do you put on that have a high probability of printing heading into the May FOMC meeting? I would say that this is better than most trades, or the risky trades that we place, right? So we're like a pretty decent probability of a trade printing between now and then. That you put that trade on. Pretty fair chance.
Just note here, we continue to see sourced reports coming out after the ECB meeting this morning, adding on to the one earlier that said policymakers saw a July rate hike as still possible after today's meeting. A report now suggesting that several ECB officials called for an earlier end to the bond buying, which would be supportive of that earlier ECB source story we saw.
So you're basically looking for this right here. Do I think we'll come down here? And do I think we'll even bust down here for a minute? Anytime between now and May 4th for an FOMC meeting for a 50 basis point rate hike. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. I think we visit this area in here between now and the 4th. What do you guys think? I want to know what you guys think. If you think it's a high probability that we come down into this zone between now and the FOMC meeting over here. Let me scroll through and see what you guys are saying. So you guys are telling me in negative gamma. You guys are telling me in negative gamma, right? You're telling me that with an event scheduled, that there won't be volatility heading into that event on the 4th, right? You got to remember that it doesn't matter if we trade higher and then come back down. The only thing I need to happen is for us to come back down here into the minutes. So the next question would be, do you think that the day before the FOMC meeting that we're going to be trading higher than 445? Do you think that? Because I don't. I'm going to put it at about a 80% chance that you won't see the spiders above 445 heading into the FOMC meeting. That's right. Someone just brought up the breadth has room to fall. Let's look at that too. Look at that next. Good job, whoever brought that up. What else is in our favor on this trade, right? Because we just talked about this, right? We've been talking about this every day, right? Been talking about the breadth indicator, right? Is the breadth indicator going up or down right now? We know what it's doing. I'm trying to reclaim that VWAP over here. Sellers up here at 442 and 443. Clear skies to 445. We can see right here, right? If you watch my cursor over here, the breadth is waning, right? You can see it in the past. We've done this, right? Going down, right? We touch the top, we come down, right? We sell off, right? We have these sell-off moments. And you're telling me that if we have great earnings season, and you're telling me that we're going to trade we're going to be higher than 445 on great earnings. What do we got for earnings that week? Let's look at the earnings calendar for that week of May 4th. It's a good question. Someone raised that question. It's valid. So let's look at it. Let's do it together. Let me look at our earnings calendar for that week. Fair point. Touche. Let me see over here. Let me look at the May 4th. Got some big earnings, right? May 4th, we've got 531 earnings on May 4th. Who do we got going on in here? What do I see on May 4th? Let's see if any names are sticking out to me in here. Got a shit ton of earnings on May 4th. Scrolling through them right now. It's like 500 of them I got to go through. Live Nation. I'm looking for any big heavy hitters. These are all like mid caps. Going through them right. I'm going through them right now. Fastly, Fiverr, small caps, whole bunch of small caps in there. SeaWorld used to be another old school meme stock. Shake Shack. 500 though. Roku. It's a fair question. Remember the last time we said we couldn't have a down? Remember the last time we said we wouldn't have a down? What happened? You guys remember the last earnings season? We said we couldn't have a down market. We had a down market, didn't we? So yeah, do I think we'll see this 430? Fucking right, I do. I think you got two shots at seeing fucking. I think you have twice. I think 2 times between now and then you'll see 430. And I'm a bull. I'm just being a realist here. I'm just trying to be real on the market. Market's rolling over right now. I think 430 is reasonable. I think we could even trade higher between now and then too. I'm not anti the market going up in April for April earnings. Like end of the month April. What I'm saying to you is that between now and then I think I've got 2 shots of printing that. Let me take a look at that trade right now. Just a second here. $2.34 in the afternoon. Let's see what you guys are saying here. Earnings estimates are lower than last quarter's. Be aware of the effect of text earning is prudent, but this is very helpful discussion. Yeah, I think the discussion is worth us having together, right? To look at all the ramifications. Myrna and Uber is on the 4th. Most of the juice for that spread will probably be gone after the big text earnings. But I wish you the best of luck, my liege. I'm too old for this shit. Misfit, Apple, Google. Earnings will be shipped because of margin impact. The week of the 25th, we have all of tech's earnings. Is the week of the 25th, Winky, is that April or is that May? I got some 430 and 420 puts for May, adding more at close today. We're taking just 2 weeks. We're talking just 2 weeks from now. Are you saying earnings won't matter until FOMC? Are you saying because earnings won't matter until FOMC, what if majority of companies absolutely destroy ER? We just had that happen. Did you guys know it? Do you guys remember? You guys don't have you guys have short memories. Do you guys remember the last earnings season we had? The last one? Do you guys know what happened to the market? Do you guys remember? I'm asking you right now. Okay, thanks, Winky, for the update. So 425 is big tech earnings. Yeah, I still see it. I'm not saying that we don't go up. Once in April, towards the end of April, I was thinking that we would go up once more time in April. My point was that this week, right? That we should have a down. My point was that we'd have a down week here, right? Trade higher and then roll the market over into the 4th. And you know what makes sense on this to me too is Q1 earnings season. We just did just that, didn't we? We did just that, right? We traded high into the beginning of earnings season, and then we started rolling over in earnings season and down. You guys remember all this? Q1 2022? You guys remember the rollover we had in the market? My point, though, in this trade is that I can cash out of this trade here, and I can cash out of this trade down the road here. I don't need to cash out, and the spread is worth the same in both areas. It'll print once and it'll print twice. Of course, I'm going to monetize them, but I've got two chances at it. Is my point. It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if we go up tomorrow, or excuse me, on Monday, and then come back down and then do this kind of nonsense over here. The only other argument that would be, or one of the arguments is, what if you have got a ass blaster earnings season for tech? We had a good earnings season, believe it or not, at the beginning of the year, and the market still rolled over. As a matter of fact, someone I trust a ton, right? You guys know who I'm talking about. He said that that earnings season won't roll over. That we won't have rollover at all during earnings season. They'll let the earnings come out, then they'll roll it over. They'll wait until, you guys know, I'm not gonna name names or shit because people shit on him for that. I thought he had sound logic too. I agreed with his point, but we still rolled over, and this is huge volatility down here, without a doubt. So I'm not saying that we don't come up. I think that we get weak this week, and then we come back up, and then we trade down, something like this. And I'll chart this out for you. I'll chart this out for you next week so that you can see where I think we're going, or how the earnings season starts, and then we start to see that rollover down into here. And the other crazy thing too is the companies are reporting right around here. A lot of retail is reporting down in here. So I don't know. I think we've got two shots at that print there, and then day trade the entire thing, right? So even though we're holding this put spread, we're still gonna trade. If we bounce and trade up here, we'll still keep trading it higher. We'll trade to the right every day, and then just look for monetization down here and down here, and these two times. Get rid of this, and I was talking to you guys this morning about an all-time high, an attack for 460 or 480 above here. I still think that's even a risk, a bull risk, that we trade that high and then come back down. Believe it or not. But I can trade that. I can trade that while still holding this this put spread over here. I wish I had fucking bought it back over here yesterday. I'm gonna take a look real quick at the calls that are coming into the market today. And I'm still gonna wait to place this trade until the end of the day. I just wanna watch the stuff that's coming in to the market, the bid that's coming into the market to the end of the day. $30 million against the Qs. $90 million into the SPX. So SPX a little bit stronger than, matter of fact, a ton of that money came in for September, not for this month. So it's going to support the markets today. Individual tickers all have some good bids in them today. I like that. But the indexes themselves is the question that I'm asking about. And all I have to do is have it be below 445 heading into OPEX. I think we do. I don't think you're trying to I'm finding it hard to believe that you're going to say that coming into the fourth. I guess this is where the risk is, right? You're saying that we're going to trade higher, 460, and then maybe will bounce on 445 at OPEX. This is what you're saying, right? Something like this. This is where the risk is, right? On that trade. And then once the vol comes off, we come back up, right? They tell you 50 BPS, sell the news. I think there's this risk here, but not. I think what I can do to mitigate this is what I was talking about on Twitter last night: is buy those penny calls as a tail risk, a bullish tail risk that we trade way up here. So you buy the put spreads, and then you buy some penny calls. I bet some penny calls up in here. Like I bet you that they're hella cheap, like May 25th or 26th. Excuse me, probably April 29th strike. Get some penny calls up here at 460 or 480, somewhere in here, and buy those put spreads. And if the calls just get wrecked, then I don't fucking care. And if they print, they're gonna print fucking thousands of percent. Maybe that's the trade. So that's the trade that I'm gonna put on today. What I'll do before end of day is I'll put on put spread towards end of day for May 4th. And then I'm going to also place a trade today with some small money and buy some. Let me take a look and see what they cost right now. What did I say? May 29th? Or April 29th. I'm messing my months up here. So April 29th. $460 are 32 cents. 470 Cs are 4 cents. So that's what I would probably do. I'd probably buy April 29th. I don't know. They might not move fast enough. Maybe I'll buy some 460 Cs for like 32 cents for April 29th. Or I could buy 470s like a week later into May, and those would actually gain value. I'll think about this trade. It's either going to be 460s or 470s. And I'll place a put spread as well and cover both sides. Hot, bro. You're going to have to get a bulldozer, go in your backyard and dig a deep hole, bury all that corn. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it either. There are some mechanics saying we could. There is some risk that we could get up that high, believe it or not. And I don't need it to go from 4 cents to $1. I just need it to go from 4 cents to 8 cents. The only problem is that I don't think it'll go. It's too far outside the money for it to. It'll wait. It won't start gaining until we actually hit 460. So I might as well just buy some 460 calls for April 29th. So I'll buy some 460 Cs for April 29th for bull risk, and then I will buy some put spreads at some point into the close today. I'm going to buy some put spreads. I think we're going to trade higher into the bell and try to position myself around 445 with 2 attacks into 430. I'm going to be looking for 430 at least once next week. So that's my conviction is that you will see 430 next week. And if you don't see 430 next week, you will definitely see it by May 4th. Is Tesla done? I don't know. I haven't checked on Tesla. I've been looking at it. Bounced off up here. And looks like it's on VWAP right now. If you think you can get another trade out of it, middle of the afternoon weakness, 246. Look for a bounce on 980. I'm going to take a quick break. It's 246. I'll be back for 3 p.m. for Power Hour. And I will look to see what the fuck, if SPY starts selling off into the bell or not. Or if it trades higher. SPY looks like it wants to sell off into the bell. Hope the fuck it doesn't. Hope I don't miss this trade. It does look kind of weak into the bell here, right? We always get that sell off into Friday. Not always, but sometimes we do. But I'm hoping to buy some spreads. Let me clear that out. I'm looking to buy spreads up in here, so hopefully we can get up here into the close, and then I can get my spreads on my bear on for the next couple weeks, or at least for the next week, or my coverage on for the next few weeks. Then you guys can make fun of me if it doesn't print. You guys are hilarious with the corn trade. What do you say now? I'm pretty sure Misfit is going to crush the hell out of their earnings. They raised prices a lot since the beginning of the year. I love Misfit, by the way. I love Misfit as a stock, owning it. Maybe profitable soon. They had a conference, said they weren't going to be profitable soon. I had 314 of my earnings calls last quarter. 13 out of 14 wasn't too bad. Yeah, earnings season was pretty fucking good. It sucked the bed on the indexes, though. Yeah, I agree with that too, Doughboy Capital. He's saying tech EPS estimates are going to be softballs. Guidance will be expectedly hard. HK and China already easing. Sorry, we don't see tech ER bloodbath incoming. Yeah, no. See, I'm not seeing the bloodbath either. I'm seeing good earning. I don't disagree. We're getting good earnings. Yeah, that's why Brian Waddell that's why he took all the heat. It wasn't that we didn't have good earnings either. It was that the market started rolling over. It had nothing to do really with the earnings. I mean, it didn't. I'm unsure about that Uber trade. I mean, that was kind of fucked up, right, Josh? We got fucking hammered during earnings season. We just started fucking selling. And then what they were doing, remember what they were doing was they were pinning fucking SPY. Do you guys remember any of this? Like they were pinning fucking SPY and pinning the Qs, literally pinning it. Do you guys remember like we were playing individual tickers and fucking I think it was Google or Microsoft or something I was trading. It fucking cratered and then came way back up. Barely. I think I traded SPY for that 15 minutes and made some bank in it. But then the next day, fucking SPY was fucking flat. So they were literally pitting the indexes to roll over, no matter what the ER reports were. Do you guys remember any of that? I mean, is it just me that remembers this? Was I the only one trading this shit? Yeah, Misfit got. Remember that? It was Misfit, right? It fucking went to the depths of hell, and I ended up buying the SPY, and I fucking so I bought the SPY at like 401 when it dumped, and then I sold it at 415, and if I had held it, I would have lost all that money that I had made. I should have. I think that's how it went. I don't remember, but I think that's what I did. And I made a shit ton of money. But I thought that if I recall, I thought that they pinned the SPY or the Qs the next morning as well. So you really weren't making the fucking money. You weren't the indexes weren't really reflecting the reports that were coming out. I think I remember that from last earnings season. And then the indexes started fucking rolling over. And I remember I think I watched Brian say something. I think Brian was all pissed off or something. He went on a rant or something. And I think I actually watched one of his recorded rants. I remember all this shit's coming back to me. Someone was like, as a matter of fact, someone came into my Twitter and said, "Have you seen Brian Watt's rant yet?" And so I watched it, or at least the first 15 minutes or something. I think I turned it off because I had understood exactly what he was saying. And I was like, I don't need to see any more of this. I think I did turn it off, but he was like, and he made a fair point, and I agreed with his point. I still think his point is sound today. And his point was, we're in earnings season. don't get all fucking bearish and fucking wanting to murder the market while we're in earnings season. And we don't normally do that. And I agree with that too. I agree with that statement. I am in full agreement with that statement. But I also think that between now and then, at least, that even if we have a good earnings season, not that we're going to sell the market doom and gloom style, but we have a fair chance of some up and downs in here. I know some of you guys think that we go straight up, right, or straight down. When I talk to a bear, it's always, when I talk to a fucking bear, a bear's like, we're going straight down here. And then when I talk to a bull, they're like, we're going straight up here. And I'm like, nah, I'm like, even if we're going down, it kind of goes down like this. And even if we're going up, it kind of goes like this. But market breadth indicators saying that the market's rolling over right now. I think we have a chance this week of trading down here. I like the idea of trading down here and taking a long for earnings season. And then I like the idea of the rollover heading into the fourth for FOMC. This all kind of fits that whole. This kind of all fits that whole. We're running into our earnings season. This kind of fits it. Still kind of a sideways trade, right? I kind of like the trade still. And taking some fucking tail bull risk just in case one of you fucking bulltards out there is right and we crank it to 460. No powder, no pills. I gotta tune into him. They were saying he's making videos again, so I gotta fucking. He's I gotta watch one of his videos. They said he's making videos again. I miss him. I used to watch. When I would make videos, I still watch some of his videos. But once I started live streaming, I stopped tuning into him because I didn't want to steal his shit. But I do miss tuning into him because he's fucking hilarious, and he's a badass trader too. I think he's a badass trader. I tore into people on Twitter that were fucking with him. The guy's out there throwing his dick out there every day, and not a lot of people do that, and he does it. So I have bad respect for him for doing that. But anyways, I still think we can go down. I think we can get some weakness into next week. I'm gonna go with spot gam on this too. They're not always right. They're wrong. 20% of the time or so. 30% of the time they're wrong. 30%. But I don't think they have this wrong. I think that there's some weakness coming into next week. I agree with this, right? This is the price target down here. We didn't get to it. And we'll see it next week when all the gamma rolls off. All the delta rolls off. Delta, delta, delta. I think we see this next week. Is that what he did yesterday? He just finishes okay, just okay, done, gone. I had to leave all my old tickers and index options behind the last 2 months. I'm long fertilizer, food, healthcare, metals, miners, and defense. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, market's dumping. Yeah, I'm not too concerned with it dumping. All it means is I'm missing a trade right now. We talked about it up here, right? At 442. I said anywhere between here and 445, start thinking about putting a put spread on. So I guess we would have already been printing them right now if I had thrown them on, which I didn't. So, anyways, into next week, right? Into next week. Remember that spot gamma is expecting a print down below at 430. Bear that in mind if you are bullish. I'm open to take a long on the SPY down at 430. To get bullish on the SPY, even if it's just a price bullish. Let's take a look at bookmap. Tesla selling off now, looking to bounce off of 985. Looks like people are taking some profits, some money off the table. Twitter's just shit in the bed. This is the real support for Twitter. If we break this here at 45.10, it's a pretty big move down, right? We talked about some price targets below. Talked about $40. Talked about $35. Way down here for Twitter. If the deal's falling through, we know there's a meeting after the close today. We'll see if are we going to touch that 438 or not. We talked about 438 down here being some kind of support earlier. Let's look and see. Still sitting down here at 438. You can see it right here. If we have a huge swift sell-off into the close, you can see that big orange bar right here. That's from 438 down to 437. If we break through this support here, next stop is 433. This is my original target, right? I've been talking about this one for a week and a half. That I wanted to see 433 this week, and we didn't see it. This is the JPM collar down here, 433. This is what I wanted. I wanted this like 2 days ago. And then 430 below. Heavy selling right now. Yeah, it's on SPX. It's on SPX. The collar's down to I think it's 434.0. And they're not going to close them out. They leave them on. What they do is they sell calls. Back on right here. Right here, they sold calls on March 29th, right? They sold calls right here. They used the calls that they funded to buy the put spreads. Here's where the collar is right here. My assumption is my problem with this right here, or not problem, but the point that I was trying to make on Twitter, I was talking about this too, was that it's not so much the JPM collar, it's the motherfuckers that follow the JPM collar that are going to monetize their puts. So you've got people that follow that trade, right? They mimic it, and then they want to get a print off of it. So they're going to monetize those prints at some point. And this collar trade goes all the way down here. Now, usually, not always, but usually they'll come back in after this trade is done, and they'll buy the call side up, and we'll trade higher. And that put spread, all I'm looking for is just to get down here. I don't care if we get down here Monday or if we get down here on the 4th of May. But I think we see this. I'm not anti us going up. I'm not anti us I'm not anti this move and then the down move. I'm not anti going there because I'm going to still take my money and run down here. I don't have to wait for the second chance at it. So if we just started trading up Monday and then came down, I'll have a shot at it, or I'll have a shot at it over here. I don't see. I think if you're looking at is the move this cap, right, versus this, or versus this.
Stocks are at the lows of the afternoon. Again, we got 1 hour to go for trade for U.S. equity markets this week, with the markets closed for the Good Friday holiday. Tomorrow, the S&P futures are testing 4,400 once again, down 41 handles. The NASDAQ composite down 252 points.
Giving that like a 10% chance. I'm going to give this one over here. I'll do that one too. But this one, this big one right here, I'll give this one maybe Maybe
VIX at 22.23 near
40%
the new highs
chance.
for the day, up about 2% in the VIX.
Yeah, maybe less. Let's get rid of that 40%. I'll give this like a 30% chance. And I'm going to give this like a 60% chance right here for next week. 60% chance that we do it right this week. So 10, 30, 60. So yeah, there's risk that we can go up that high, but the risk is small. And we're not seeing the call buy-in. I'm not seeing the index call buy-in. I'm not fucking seeing it. Let me get down there. Little bounce here in 439.16. Take a peek down here and see what we can find. Still looking at that 438 down below. Talking about that number all day long, right? 438. Also know if we break down below 438, we have this little bit of buying support area here. My cursor is 438 to 437, but you could free fall from there basically. Start really burning down to 435, and then this tag down below 433. Nobody wants to buy this shit. I should have bought that put spread when I was talking to you guys about it up here at 442. I should have just stopped explaining myself and started buying. I would have already started getting a print on. In just a second here. Give me just a second here. I'm going to take a quick look here on May 4th, too. Not a lot of put interest in here. There's some 440s. 440s for May 4th. 440Ps. Not seeing a lot of interest. There's some interest then at 425, 435, and 440 for May. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that, right? May the 4th be with you. Probably something dumb will happen and Spy rips the 460 and kills everybody. Chase, I love you. Oh, there's fucking dip buyers in here, too. Just trying to buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. Let's have a look here.
Just note a tweet from Elon Musk echoing what he said at the TED conference earlier, saying his intention is to endeavor to keep as many shareholders in a privatized Twitter as allowed by the law. Point he made earlier.
So look here at SPY. I'm watching Tesla on a candlestick chart to see if it's going to roll over into the close. There's that 438 still down here. Down to 437. Still there. Nothing's changed. I'm going to bring up the 438 right here so you can see it. Starting to roll over again in the SPY. Price target below 438 and buyers at 437. If we break through 438, look out below. Still have some. Looking at the options chain for today. Not a lot of interest down there at 436, 435. 437 puts are only 11 cents. 438s are 27 cents. 439s are 58 cents. 440s in the money are $1.14. See if we can catch a break on this on 439. We'll take a peek down here. If we can catch down to 438. It's a little bit of resistance here. Major support down here, 438. That's where the real buyers are down below. The 438s are 33 cents right now. 439s are now up to 70 cents. I'll post something on Twitter tonight about TLT. I'll get something up on for you guys to chew on TLT. Why it should start to turn up. There we are right there. Still there. Good price target. 438 on the dime. You might get down to 437. I'm in some puts right now, just if you want to know. More SPY puts coming in right now. April 14th, 439p for $79,000. For April 14th, 438p for $33,000 on the SPY. $311 in the afternoon, the sell side. UNG's been ripping. There was some news that came out that Germany is considering acquiring an additional floating LNG terminal, liquid natural gas terminal, floating one. It impacts UNG, of course, EWG, and UNL. There we go, 438.88. Keep coming down, baby. Print them. Keep getting down there. I want to see that tag down here. We're getting a little bit of our support here. Right, we're at 438.91. See if we can peek that out right there. And then the next target's 438 down below. It's a little bit of support right here. See it hiding right in here. Right there. But larger band of support here at 438. If we break, I don't know if we break 438, but if we do into the bell, that'll be some pretty big print. I'm probably going to pull it off. If we get to 438, I'm going to pull it off, and then I'll wait and see if we get below 438 to pick it up again. Yeah, I can look at Unity. Let me write down Unity, and I'll draw something up and post it. 2009, the market is stupid. Q ramps yesterday, gives it all up today. SPY put spreads up over 10% since you called it out. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, it is. Reminds me, Unity. I'll do Unity for you, Christian. I'll post it on Twitter, okay? I trade with Tasty Trade. Right now, currently, I'm using Tasty as my broker, and I just put some money into. I used Robinhood when it first came out, testing it out. Haven't used it in a long time, and I just threw some money in there recently so I can make some trades. I'm gonna do some live trading with you guys. I'm gonna place 10 trades over the year, so you'll see live trading on that account. It's just separate, but I trade on Tasty. A little bit of a bounce here. See what we can see in here. Right there. So there's another line of support right here at 438.82. See if this holds or not. Yeah, dump it, baby. Yeah, it's just yeah, so the handle is at Captain's Trades. And it's so at Captain's Trades, and I'm gonna live stream each trade for you, and I think I might do a bear trade on there too. I'll do the bull and the bear trade on it. The bull trade is easier to trade. I can't say that I could make 10 of those bear trades and be 100% on them. The bull trades I typically can make 10 trades and be profitable in all 10 of them. Not have a losing trade. Not too hard. Got a little squeeze coming up right here on the SPY. The bear trade, I don't think I can place those trades, and I'd probably get 7 out of 10 on those. Those are hard to time. Maybe, but whatever. They're hard. They're difficult to time and be consistent. The bull side's much easier. So it's like at Captain's Trades. I'll live stream each one of them so you can you'll have the time. I'll give you advanced warning when I'm going to make the trade. Anywhere from like the night before to the day of when I place the trade, so you'll know that I'm doing it. And I'm going all in 100% each trade. So it should be scary as fuck. Like by the 8th trade or something, I think it'll be like, $500,000 or something. $500,000 call spread. So what I did was I pumped some. So like you could take money off. So like I was you got like money in your account. And you like try to make everything even Steven, like zeros and stuff. So I think I put like $800 in there or something like that. I don't know what I put in there. Let me check. I put I don't know, $895.16. That's what I transferred over to it. And I made 1, 2, 3, 4 trades. I made 4 trades on it already, but just mostly to test this out because I didn't know that everybody was in live stream saying that you can't trade the SPY from 4 to 4:15 and that you can't trade. Like, you guys can't trade any, I don't know who uses Robinhood out there, but you guys can't trade, zero dates, like, the day of or after 2 p.m. I think there's some rules. So I ran through a few trades in here, and anyways, I was just experimenting. And the account's already up to $1,700. It's up 85%. So, and not a single bad trade. These are risky trades, too. And they're all 5 trades are winners. Not a single loser. So I gotta scrape some money out of this account and make it a flat $1,000, so that I just do like 1,000, 2,000, 2,000 to 4,000, 4,000 to 16,000, 16,000 to whatever. All the way up. Yeah, the point behind this challenge is not really a challenge. I called it like the $1,000 to $1 million challenge. I want to be clear here. There's 2 reasons. There's a bunch of reasons to show this trade too. The reason behind this is
comments from the Fed's investor saying U.S. labor market is very tight, inflation is very elevated. Fed will trim support at a pace that balances demand and supply, says Master. They'll trim support to control prices and sustain the expansion.
The reason for this trade is I want to give you guys a tool to consistently make money so that you can then go and find your favorite shit stock and piss away your money there. So like if you lose money trading Tesla, you lose money trading fucking Roblox, you lose money, fucking around on zero dates with SPY or whatever you do, that you at least have a tool to consistently make money. And this is what I use to consistently make money. Now, there's other things I'm going to try to teach you in this trade. I want to teach you how to trade simple spreads, right? So we'll do them together. I know a lot of you trade on Robinhood.
So Mester's prepared remarks. She does not comment on how fast the Fed should raise interest rates, though previously she said she supported using half-point rate hikes to get rates up to about 2.5% by the end of the year.
So there's a few things in here. Like I want to be able to place these trades on something that you use, and then eventually I want to move you over and off of Robinhood and into a better broker like Tasty. You don't have to, but we're going to move those trades over to Tasty at some point. But the other thing, some things wrapped up in this is that I want you guys to have this tool so that you can manage the stress, manage the timing, when to take profits on these trades, and so you know how to make consistent money. Now, you shouldn't be trading this like all in 100% every time. It does work if you're trying to build an account, but at some point you should lower the trade. I don't trade 100% all in every time when I take these trades, but I do use a significant portion of my account in these trades. And they usually come around once every month and a half. and you can usually take these trades with good confidence that they're going to print. You put enough time on these trades, they're going to eventually print. But you have to be strict and disciplined in your approach. You can't get greedy. You'll miss a lot of kick-ass trades that you're like, I know this trade's going to kick ass, and I should take this trade, but you should keep this always separate so that you always have an account that grows, and so that you always have money to go off into forays in the stock market. And I noticed that. I had a few conversations with people that follow me, people that I'm very friendly with too, right? That said, hey, Cap, I blew up my account back on this month or that month, or, I've got really fucked up along the way. And so I feel like I'm doing a disservice by not actually making these trades with you so that you can learn a firm way on how to make consistent money in this market. These are basically the same trades that the banks make. This is like the JPM collar, basically. And this is how banks make money, and this is how banks don't blow up. I'm not talking about long only fucking hedge funds. I'm talking about like big banks that are still here today after a couple hundred years or 100 years or whatever. They're still here because not a couple hundred, like 100 years. Some of these banks, but it's because they place these specific trades in the market that have a low risk of not printing. So I want you guys to be able to not only do that, I want you guys to be able to do it and do it with large amounts of money. And then when you figure this all out, right, we'll go through these trades together so that, one, you can place these trades with confidence, even though it's a high-stress trade. And then the second point behind this is that you feel confident and comfortable when you're making those trades. I guess maybe I'm repeating myself on that one. And then what else? And then that way you shouldn't be blowing up your accounts. That way, if you say to me, "Oh, or Captain, I fucked up a trade, or I lost some money," you can at least say, "Yeah, but I've got this other account over here that's always got me funded, right?" Now normally you would only going balls deep in this trade. You should only go in, like if your bank's $1 million, you should only be going in with this trade $100,000. You shouldn't be going into this trade with $1 million fucking dollars every time. Because you're not going to win every single one, but you are going to win, most of the time you win 7 to 9 times 100% print. Now, you can win 10 straight and not miss on this trade, but there's always that chance, right? You're going to blow it all up. So there's a high chance that I'll blow this trade up at some point, which is fine. I don't mind blowing the trade up. But I think I'll be fine. I think I'll make all 10 trades without a single failure because of how it's structured. But anyways, even talking about that, the point is though that if you know that you can make 9 to 10 trades or 7 to 10 trades consistently over and over and over again without failure, right? Then you have that tool in your box that you should then be able to start doing that month in, month out, month in, month out. And that you should never have a blown up account. Well, you can blow up accounts. You can blow up your fucking. I blow up day trades all the time. But you want to have this. You want to have like a brokerage account that you only use to fund yourself, right? And that account that you use, you don't fuck around with that account ever. Like if you're in there making money consistently in that account, right? It's a separate account that you make money in, and then you're like, oh, I'm gonna take out $100,000. And I'm going to throw it in a different account so that I can do day trades on SPY. Or, oh, I'm going to take out another fucking $50,000 and I'm going to buy a dip in Tesla. Or, oh, this new shit's launching over here, some new fucking company that I'm going to risk all this money off. You're using that on a separate account. And then you have your bank, right? This is your bank account. This is your purse, the separate account. And I want you guys to understand that concept, trade that concept for a year. And so that you understand how to do this consistently over the years. I know a lot of you guys want to trade for 5, 10, 20 years, and you can really dumb it down so that make it a simple, dumbed down fucking trade that you can't fuck up. And there's a bunch of mechanics in there, and then there's a bunch of timing in there that you have to know. And then the fucked up part of this trade is when you place large trades like this, they're very stressful. That's the biggest part. You get panicky. The market can swing in the wrong direction, and I've placed these. So one time I placed one of these trades, and they didn't fucking print until like the day of. So and that's really panicky when you're sitting there and you're upside down in a big trade like that, and it swings back up and prints out in that last fucking day, literally. It's stressful. You want to cut your losses. You'll see like boom, you put down $100,000 and you're down to like 10 grand. That fucking doesn't feel good. And then it swings back up and prints you 200 grand. It's fucked up though. I'm telling you, when you're in trades like that, right? It sends you up a wall. You want to like crawl up the wall. You start to self-doubt. You're like start talking to yourself in your head about, did I make the right trade or not? When in reality, your plan, if you stick to it, it does print consistently. So we're going to go through the motions of that. We're going to go through what that means, how to manage those trades, right? So that your emotions don't get in the way of you. Now retesting the lows here down near 438.88. I'd like to see the touch of 438 flat. I'm still in some puts down here, so I'm still waiting to see if we can tag below. That's my point. So Desperado just made a comment that's a key, right? My main account fails to fund my day trade account properly. I used to blow up accounts so I've blown up a fucking few accounts. I blew up an account. I blew up it was $90,000 or $140,000. I blew up an account last year. Was it last year? No, it was 2020. I blew up an account in September of 2020. I took a fucking trade in November, I think. I took the trade in November for the market going down, and we didn't go down, and I fucking diamond handed that fucking trade until it was fucking worthless, literally $0. It could have been 140 grand. I don't remember exactly, but I've blown up big accounts in the past. So my point too, though, is when you blow up those accounts, right, that you're fucking around with placing bad trades, they're gonna eventually go wrong on you. Like so you have to have an account that you know will never blow up, or the chance of it blowing up is extremely low, and you keep that money separate. In matter of fact, I want you guys to know out there, you guys should have multiple accounts anyways. Even if you have a small account, you should have like 10 Tasty Trade accounts. You should have like Robinhood accounts. You should have a fucking Thinkorswim account. I'm surprised. I'll like open an account that I haven't looked at, and I'm like, holy shit, I got fucking 20 grand sitting in here that I don't even fuck around with. Like really weird shit like that. If you guys become longtime traders, you'll have like fucking brokerage accounts littered with money in them just sitting around. And you'll go from like brokerage to brokerage, try a new brokerage. Then you'll jump from one broker. Sometimes I get pissed off at Tasty and I go back to fucking Thinkorswim. Sometimes I get pissed off at Thinkorswim and I switch over to this other one. I'm running a fucking challenge here on a Robinhood account. I don't even think it's in my name. I think it's in my wife's name. So, like that kind of shit. But you guys should have different accounts that you do different things in. You should have an account. So mostly for me, it's that I don't stare at them all day long. And I find it hard to manage multiple trades. Like my day trading account is just my day trading account. When I'm trading just the SPY, matter of fact, one of the reasons why I closed those fucking SPY calls today at the open was so that I could day trade Twitter. So I fucking closed the SPY calls on the open to go trade Twitter, right, on this account. And on that account, that's all I trade, right? The day trading account. Like if I buy a spread, it's on a separate account, and I don't fuck with it. I don't stare at it all day long. I'm not worried about it all day long. It's not when I put a limit sell order on it usually. And that limit sell holds until it fills. And I don't like looking at them all day long. If you're trading, any of you guys that used to trade or do trade 3 month out options, you know that you can't be fucking sitting there staring at it. It'll drive you fucking batty. Right? Um, when you guys are placing trades too, I want to talk to you about that. See what you guys are saying. What's the risk of an absolute face ripper? You guys, when you guys are placing trades, we talk about this sometimes too, right? You can put a blend of a trade on, right? When you put spreads on, ratio spreads, there's more complex trades that you can take. But when you guys are trading, if you guys are taking a trade like, especially in this market, it's easier to take call spreads than it is right now in this market. It's day traders paradise. But the point I'm trying to get to here is that when you guys are taking a short position, let's say not a short but a long put position, a long bear position. Let's say you're like, okay, I'm going to buy puts, right? When you guys are buying puts, let's say a put. Let's just arbitrarily say a put costs you $1, right? There's no shame in like buying that put for $1, right? And then buying yourself like 5-cent calls. We do this in spreads. We'll discuss this about spreads, where you buy lotto tickets and spreads. You cut one side loose and keep the other side in case it prints on an off chance, right? But you guys should always have some protection for your trades. If you don't have protection for your cash market trades, how do you hedge? So if you're not hedging in cash market, you should either be hedging in a futures Globex market, be able to trade. And be able to trade the Globex market to cover your trades. You know, like if we had like a over the night the war ends in Ukraine or something, and you can't trade futures to cover that short position or that put position, like it's not a healthy way to trade. You blow up accounts that way with like events that are unexpected, right? So, someone dies or head of a CEO dies in a company. That kind of shit happens every once in a while. We have a risk-off event in the market. Something like that happens. You don't want to be like 100% in all fucking puts. You guys any bulls out there? Look up put-back spreads, right? Cheap, easy way for risk-off events that can wreck your accounts. Anytime I'm like just naked out there with my dick swinging in the wind, it's a completely different account, right? If I'm day trading 0 dates or 1 dates or 3 dates or something like that, I'm in and I'm out. I got my finger on the fucking trigger to sell them. 438.72, looking for that 438 flat down here. So I guess my point to you is that you guys have to have a plan, right? When you're coming into, we just came into an OPEX right now, and we're looking for the rep. What are we gonna do? You guys, we just discussed this here in this live stream, saying, hey, what do we think can happen in the next coming weeks into OPEX for May? And what do we think can happen into the FOMC meeting, right? We're looking at potential pitfalls. We're looking at it like a trader and investor. We're not looking at it like I'm a fucking bear and I'm a fucking bull. Yesterday we talked about negative gamma, positive gamma, vol triggers. This morning we went over the spot gamma report twice. And the reason I'm going over with this stuff with you guys is so that you can have an idea of where the potential is for the market, right? We have a risk that we could go to 460 or 470. How much percentage risk do we have of going there? Right? And then we can talk about headline events that could send us there, right? Then we talk about vol events and risk that's coming down the road. We talked about ER and its impact on the indexes, right? So you guys want to be always talking about that every month, every quarter. That's what the banks do, right? They do a forecast of what they think is going to take place in that time. And you guys, when you're placing those trades, you can place both sides of those trades, right? You can place the bear trade and the bull trade. You can trade. If we're in a positive gamma environment, you can place a big-ass bull trade and then still buy some cheap-ass puts to protect your ass in case we go backwards. And the point behind that is this. If you spend $1 on a fucking, right, like let's say I spend $1 on a put, and I'm going to make 100% print on that, and I'm going to get paid $1, right? Or $2, right? The dollar that I put in and the dollar that I made. Now, if I also go in there and I buy 10-cent calls, right? Now my gain's now down to 90 cents, right? Instead of making $1, I made 90 cents. And well, in spreads, there's a whole bunch of ways to make money in that area, right? Like I'm going to make my 90 cents. I'm going to lose 10 cents just in case the trade failed. With a put spread or a call spread, I have multiple opportunities for that spread to make money. And then I can cut legs off for lotto tickets too. So you start layering all this stuff in, and then eventually you can find multiple ways to make money and not panic. And you can hold put spreads and ride calls and still make money. Sometimes I've got guys in stream that used to ask me questions in stream and say, how can you be holding put spreads and holding calls at the same time? Fucking easily. Very easy to hold call spreads, or excuse me, put spreads and be holding calls at the same time. People say, how can you have a bearish outlook and still be long the market? And you know, you can hold both and print both sides of those trades, believe it or not. So I guess that's my point. So we're gonna deal with this as the market rolls over here. We know the market's rolling over. We know the breadth is going down, and we're gonna look for those entries, and we're gonna take that trade. I think 10 times this year. Usually get about 10 of them, and we'll take them with confidence. And you guys should be able to beat me in Vegas because I'm out of here in a year, I think. So I think in 1 year I'm gone. I'll be sailing in about a year. So that'll be the end of the live stream, or I'll live stream while I'm sailing. Maybe I'll live stream when I'm trading. When I'm sailing and trading, I'll still do live streams or at least recorded videos or something. Trading down out of 438.61. So I want to leave you guys with this from now into that time period, so that you guys will always say, hey, look, I know how to make money. It's a simple way to make money, and I'm never going to blow up my account ever again, hopefully. Yeah, that was the time I took a bat to my office. I told my no, that was a different time, I think, because it was summertime when I took the bat to my desk. And another time I lost a fuck ton of money. And my wife and my kids were home, and I was like, you guys got to leave for a little bit. And well, first I took my office chair, and I broke it down into little tiny pieces. And then I took a fucking baseball bat and I broke my fucking desk down into little pieces. I've never gotten that violent.
20 minutes ago to the U.S. cash equity close.
But I'll be honest, I got violent.
Stocks once again at the lows of the day, 43.9430, and the S&P futures are down 54 points.
I was embarrassed. I was really embarrassed that I did that I was that rage-filled. And I had a fucking beautiful, expensive chair, too. The chair was fucking like $800 chair. And I broke it down in little fucking pieces. I was so fucking pissed. Yeah, I'll have one of the interns here prove that Twitter handle. Trading down out of 438.51. Have a price target down here at 438. Hopefully you guys are making money. Those 439s are now 79 cents. Yeah, baby. 82 cents, 83 cents. I'm probably going to pull the trigger on these shortly here. I'm going to get out of these puts. That was a good trade. Okay, so let's look down here, right? This is where the support starts down here, 438 and change, goes down to 437 just to rehash. It's literally fucking it's gonna be red bars to hell if we get through there. Red bars to 435, 433. So I'm a little happy. I'm happier. I'm much happier right now because I missed the fucking put spread, but I'm making money on fucking on some 0 dates, so I'm okay now. Watching huge calls come in right now on CLF. April 29th, 33.5C. High algo scores, a couple $100,000. CLF, April 29th, 33.5C. Watching a nice golden ticket come in Zen, that's October 21st, 130C for $1.6 million. I have a list of stuff I got to do for you guys. I'm going to explain the dark pools and equity blocks. I'm going to post that shit into Discord for you. I'm going to post the Unity stuff. I got a bunch of stuff that over the weekend I'm going to get knocked out for you so that you guys have a bunch more information heading into Monday. Let's take a look real quick at the market breadth indicator. Let's see what that thing is doing. Still not rolling over quite yet. .8% or 609. We're at 650 earlier today. Energy holding everything up, right? Look at that energy, 100%. Huge rotation into energy today. We talked about that this morning. Big time move into energy. Who else has a bid today? Not much. That's consumer staples, right? Consumer staples, 93.8%. Real estate, 69%. Utilities, 93%. So we need to see more rollover in utilities, consumer staples. I wonder if we don't get a full rollover due to that. That's what's holding everything up, that and energy. Consumer utilities, consumer staples, and energy. Little bounce right there at 438.51. I closed out some puts right there. Let's see what you guys are talking about. Yeah, that's the other cool part about the another neat part about the breadth indicator is that the price doesn't matter. It's kind of cool. Someone just bought some SPY calls April 14th, 440C for $44,000 for a bounce play. I'm not buying any fucking calls here. No fucking way. We might trade higher into the bell here, but I'm not gonna fuck around now. I've had some good trades today. I could have gotten my ass kicked on SPY earlier today on the opening bell. I'm grateful that I didn't. And then I made bank on Twitter, made like 80%. And then right here I just made a 100% trade. That's plenty. I'm done. Yeah, it's now 3:45 in the afternoon, 15 minutes left until the long weekend. I want all of you to have a great weekend. Please like and subscribe to these videos. If you are learning, following here, if we're helping you to trade every day, take trades every day, winning trades every day, we shout out trades every day. We shout out some decent winners today and this morning. As a matter of fact, I was trying to get the live stream up, and I posted a trade this morning that I had bought Twitter at 32 cents. It traded as high as 52 cents at one point. That's when I got out, was 52 cents. We had an oil trade earlier, right, that came out this morning. That just kept ripping higher and higher and higher. Twitter got crazy nasty. Tesla, though, had a nice little spike in it as well. Natural gas had a good day today. And what else? TLT still fucking selling off. But I'm not too concerned about TLT. I think it's going to swing higher. We thought SPY was going to trade higher on the day and didn't. Just continued to sell down. We had one quick ripper on the SPY, and now we're selling down into the close for the long weekend. Take a note that SpotGam is saying we're going to be weak into next week. The market should be weak into Monday. Another note, if you're buying just fucking calls or just fucking puts, there's a fair chance, even if they print for you, that the theta is going to fuck you over on Monday regardless. So try to buy spreads. If you want to be bullish into the bell, buy some call spreads. If you're bearish into the bell, buy some put spreads if you're going to hold them over the weekend, rather than just like I bought $100,000 in fucking SPY calls and SPY lottos. Try not to do shit like that over long weekends. If you're learning from this live stream, if you're making money from this live stream, please consider liking and subscribing. That's the basic thing that I ask. We have a Discord. Also, I created a Facebook channel. I've been working on some stuff in the background. I'm gonna start live streaming on Twitch, on Facebook, and YouTube simultaneously. So be aware of that. We have a Discord as well. Follow me on Google search just Captain Jim James on Google. I've got a public handle. I've got a private handle called @Captains or @Captains Alpha, and then @Captains Trades as well. Try to keep some stuff out of the public view. There's nothing hidden behind a paywall here. This is a free sub. It's totally supported by your kindness and generosity. It does cost a lot of money to run these streams. It's costing me somewhere around 15 grand a year, maybe even slightly more when I think about the internet and all the other hardware and shit like that. Then I got to be here to do this every day. So please consider supporting. If you're a poor trader or if you're getting your ass kicked, there's no requirement for you to support the channel. But if you are a poor trader, please consider just liking and subscribing. Tell your friends about this channel. I go through and try to dissect the market for you every single morning when we start trading. I try to talk about spot gamma. I used to do a lot more with market profile. I need to get back in. I have to write the script again for this different computer because I can't transfer my fucking script from one goddamn computer to the other because fucking Thinkorswim sucks on download. Like when you download a desktop, I got to rewrite the entire thing again. I don't fucking know why. But we'll go back. We're going to start leading back into market volume profile as well at some point. We do candlestick charting as well. We start basic candlestick charting, then we're looking at spot gamma for gamma levels and volatility triggers, and then we're adding in the layer of market and volume profile, and then we layer all three of those with doing some due diligence using market news, trader sentiment. We use some Elliott wave principles as well, believe it or not, some whack off stuff, and and then we layer all that on top of looking at book map at the end of the day, right? So, or at the end of the day, but at the start of the day. So after all that work, we wind up with the most up-to-date, fastest, most accurate market data you can have with Bookmap. If you're not a member of the Discord, we also stream the options flow inside of Discord. So you guys are able to get free Bookmap, free flow, options flow, best options flow you can get. And then you've got me with you all day long. And trust me, I appreciate the support, and I appreciate all of you, especially the interaction inside of the chats, the YouTube chats, the traders that are inside of the Discord helping each other out. It's unfucking believable. This is one of the best experiences I've ever had out there. I've had some really shitty experiences in Discords. I've had some really shitty experiences in social media, and all of you guys are some of the fucking. I fucking love you guys because you're not just an asshole to people, and I like that. There's enough assholes in this world trying to fuck each other over when we shouldn't be. Look at that fucking selling off 438.29 the SPY, baby. Look at the SPY just fucking keeps selling off down there. Hells yes. Get that price target down there at 438. Get down there and hit 438. Look at that, 430.28, 438.28, 438.22. Get down there to 438. Snap that bitch. Get down there. Touch it. Touch it. Touch my pee-pee down there. I wish I had stayed in that fucking trade now. Shit. Oh, I'm okay. I'm good. I'm all right. I'm calm. I'm calm now. Wish I had stayed inside that trade. I still wish I'd stayed inside that fucking trade. So stick around if you're new to this channel, right? Stick around. This is kind of a weird trading day for us. We had a very active week anyways. This is kind of a weird day for us trading. Everybody's getting on their vacation, getting on their weekend. If you are celebrating Easter, I hope you have a great celebration. I hope that you're able to be with family and friends. If you don't celebrate Easter, hope you're able to get out and read a book or take a walk or hike and bike or whatever you're going to do. 438.09, baby. There it goes.
9 minutes to the cash close, and we're hearing the S&P
438.09, 438.08.
2.3 billion to the sell side. We're hearing for S&P names.
Yeah, we already knew it was sell side, buddy.
Weekend here in the U.S.
And so yeah, just thanks for sticking around. Thanks for supporting the channel. Thank you for liking, subscribing. The OG founders that are supporting me, the fucking the moderators that are putting all their time in here. Big shout outs to you guys. Josh, Winky, your wife's boyfriend. You guys are fucking studs. And Also, we gotta get some more stuff to talk to you guys about another time, but we got some changes coming along. In the background, I'm doing some other shit still, and I still haven't rolled it out. So we're gonna try to roll some more stuff out here in the coming weeks. Happy Easter to everybody out there, okay? 2.3 billion to the sell side, baby. Yeah, I do. I cut trades early all the time. I don't mind that though. I'm fine with that. So I can share my own scripts from Thinkorswim. So like Drink Tell, I built a market profile, right? For market, I have a market profile and a volume profile for Thinkorswim that I wrote. Not wrote, but like went in and built it all for myself. Can I move that from one desktop to another desktop? It's a question for you, Drink Tell. Cap, you know if you pull this 1K to million, you bring us morons with you, you will go legend. You know what I was thinking? I was talking to Joe Donut, right? Who's this, Marcus, saying that? I was telling Joe Donut, I was like, if I fucking do this trade, you know what I'm gonna do? I was like, if it works, I'm like, I think I'm gonna fail at it. I was like, but if it works, I told Joe, I go, I think I'm just gonna shut everything down. I think the day that I make that $1 million fucking dollars, that I'm just gonna fucking shut the channel down, shut Twitter down, just disappear. It'd be fucking epic. Yeah, it'd be fucking epic. And just be gone like poof. Yeah, we gotta. You guys want to code some Python this weekend? You guys want to do some Python coding on a stream? Save as style. I'll write that down. Save as style. Include all studies. All studies and patterns, and then share. All right. I fat fingered shit all the time. I've done that all the time, but I've done that a few times. You open the share style on the new computer and then save it. It'd be fucking dope. And the best part, you know what the best part of it is too? You know the best fucking part of it is if the trade works, the best part of it is that you could monetize it all. And if you don't fucking monetize it and you just dump it, like just shut it down and walk away, that should be fucking baller as fuck. Baller as fuck. Bouncing off down here below at 483 or 43803 down here, almost to a fucking pin, 438.005 down here for the close. We've got 5 minutes left. It'd be fucking awesome. I might do it like that too. I've done shit like that in the past, so it'd be fucking hilarious. Just the satisfaction. Sometimes the satisfaction is better than anything else, right? And you just like, see, I'm out of here. Bye. It'd be fucking dope. Not gonna lie. And Joe said something. He was like, "You come back in like 3 years or 5 years one day, like leave the just like make the account dormant, and then come back in like 5 years and check in and be like, how's everybody doing?" I think it'd be fucking hilarious. I'd believe it or not, right? I'd find more enjoyment off of that, just off of that, than the money. That I could care less about the fucking money, to be honest with you. In all honesty, care less about the money. Care more about the just making, just being successful in that trade. That's how I am. I'm very competitive as a person, and it's more about the win than the prize. The prize doesn't mean shit. Yeah, so we'll do what I'll try to do with you guys tomorrow is we'll do some Python. We'll do a Python video tomorrow, okay? So we got tomorrow, right? Day off tomorrow. How about this? Market's closed tomorrow. We'll do a live stream tomorrow at 12 o'clock for lunch for Friday, okay? And if anyone wants to show up tomorrow, and what we'll do is we're gonna code some Python so that you can have your own Gamma program, right? And You can flash it around on Wall Street Bets, and you can flash it around on Twitter, and you can, pimp it out on stock twits or whatever the fuck you like to do, investing or whatever. And you guys don't have to actually sign up for spot gamma. You can actually get your own gamma levels. You can run this program too, like intraday. You don't have to do it. You don't have to rely upon old numbers that you're getting only one time a day. You can do it all day long, every day. Yeah, after you hit 1 million, you destroy my office with a baseball bat and stream before selling off into the sunset. Yeah, I'll show you Python tomorrow on stream, okay? So that's what we'll do. I'll show you my Python, Josh. Yeah, I'll leave it up, Dan. I'll do a live stream and it'll be up on my YouTube channel so you can come back and watch it. It won't be it'll be focused specifically on writing this program so you guys can get your gamma levels. Josh is fucking on fire right now. Yeah, I'm using the Sergi Perfilov method. Yeah, absolutely, Quantum Leap. Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay, we've got 2 minutes till market close. I'm watching some of the flow coming in right now. Facebook calls again, January 20th, 2023, 260C, 800, excuse me, $822,000. He thinks gamma is just baby language for grandma. Oh, God. The pull-out method. Oh, shit. You guys are fucking hilarious. Hey, Blind Nest Owl, thanks for supporting the channel, brother. I appreciate it. Brother.
Stocks on the lows here as we head into the close and the long weekend.
Thomas Fox, thank you for subscribing.
Higher by about 4% now at 22.63.
Just blasting lower now, 437.70. Just selling off into the belt. This is a shocker. You guys want to see something crazy? Let me show you guys something fucking crazy here, right? I've been showing you this fucking chart for how long now? 2 weeks? Week and a half, right? Look at that down there. Just bloodbathing it. Just bloodbathing it. It's close, right? Not great, but close. Boom. I thought we were going to get that one right there, and we didn't. Finally rolled that thing over. Okay, so into the bell. Market close, 4 p.m. I'll check to see if any big put options come in between 4 and 4:15. I'll meet back here with you guys tomorrow at 12 o'clock. You don't have to show up for that live stream. If you guys are taking the day off, you can always come back and watch the rewatch the live stream so you can figure out how to do that on your own. We'll get that Python rolling. And I'll check back. I'll be here with you again tomorrow at 12 o'clock. Okay, you guys have a great night. Get your drink on. Enjoy your day. Relax. Thanks for hanging out with Captain Jim every day. I like trading with people, and you guys are trading with me, so thank you for your support. I appreciate it.